Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rokunjima Island. I am Daihime-sama, as always. And also, as always, I am your host on tonight's stream. I don't know why I'm introducing myself like it's Saturday Night Live or something. It's not even Saturday, it's Thursday. A lot of things happened last time. We had a magic battle, which is obviously fake somehow, because as we all know, magic isn't real. But it was basically like Beatrice and the old Beatrice are playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So that was very entertaining. They summoned like stone giants and the Twin Towers and Gungnir from Northsmith. So that was a lot of things happened. A lot of things happened. It was a lot. There was so much things happening. I think we're back in something resembling reality now, though. We had a flash. Oh yeah, there was also that flashback where Rose is like, "Come, Beatrice, climb down this cliff in a giant dress," and predictably she fell and died. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Yeah, we summoned Odin from Final Fantasy. It was very cool. Wait, no, I want to load. There we go. Yeah, so I think we're just back with the regular family now, resembling something like normalcy. Whatever passes for normalcy in this topsy-turvy world of Umineko. Let's get into it. I'm excited to dig into more. It was really last time was exciting to say the least. There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening a window and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. That's right, it's 6 a.m. now the next morning. It wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind.
とても朝とは思えないわね。私たちの心をそのまま示したひどい天気。
なら随分穏やかじゃねえか。雨は降れど、槍が降らねえだけ。
Yeah, that would be really weird if that happened. If things just fell out of the sky.
雨が降ろうと槍が降ろうとドンと来いっちゅうとこやな。もう6時かいな。
Wouldn't it be weird if spears just rained from the sky? It's a good thing that wouldn't happen.
これで十分とちゃうか。あとは謎の19人目ベアトリーチェが動いてこんことには手の打ちようもないわ。
そういうことだ。だが向こうが撃ってくるだろうほとんどの手は。
I don't know about that one, Kraus. I saw some shit last night.
そうね。兄弟の中に裏切り者さえ現れなければ、私たちは大抵の事態に対応できるはずよ。
A traitor amongst them, you say.
もうこの話は終わりにしましょう。結局徹夜しちゃったわね。眠いわ。
そうですね。朝食をとったら一度お休みになられてはいかがですか。
良い提案だ。この年に徹夜は答えるよ。
Oh, we're old. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best as they could.
顔でも洗ってこようぜ。きっとひでえ辛さ。
You always look horrible, Rudolph. I'm sorry, you're not good looking naturally.
何このひどい匂い。
Oh, yeah, that's right, people died. As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kyrie openly made a disgusted expression.
どうしましたか。ねえ、何かひどい匂いがしない？
ん？
Hmm?
なんやこの匂いは。
That's probably Kinzo's charred flesh.
こらたまらんで。
After hearing those complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. The stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where the strange odor was coming from.
一体何事でしょう。 現地に対応させましょう。きっともう使用人室に
Ah,
来ていて
yes, Genji.
朝の準備をしているはずです。
頼む。まさかあのゴーダに
I mean, Rudolph, no matter what form he's in, what art he's in, just always looks like a Yakuza sub-boss to me. Like, you'd fight him in a Yakuza game, but he wouldn't be very important. He would be like a boss fight. But I don't think he would have a unique theme song. Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell and determined that it was coming from underground, from the boiler room. But the door was locked, and they couldn't check inside. At the same time, when Natsuhi's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room, they noticed something strange near the parlor.
何ですかこれは。
Magic circle.
ひどい。
It's gotta be the magic circle, right?
誰がこんなことを。
Yeah, I'm always right. I've got this down to a real good prediction now. On the door to the parlor, drawn in paint that looked like blood, was a strange thing that looked like a magic circle.
厨房にはまだ誰も来てないわ。何よそれ。
Eva's group, who thought the smell would be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming that no one was there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then they noticed a change to the parlor.
ダメだな。ボイラー室は鍵がかかってる。ボイラーの故障とかそういうのだとまずいんじゃないのか？
It would be bad.
使用人は誰かいたか？
その悪趣味な落書き、ここにもあるの？ボイラー室の扉にもあったのよ。
なんやて？この薄気味悪い落書きがここだけじゃなく他にもあるっちゅうんか。まさか森の魔女ベアトリーチェの宣戦布告っちゅうわけやないやろな。
Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really made it seem like a message from a witch. The dripping bright red paint made one think of the blood, which made it even creepier. Yeah, I feel like it's just actually blood. Like every time it's like, oh, it's just paint that looks like it. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone on their way to lock it.
これはどういうこと？私たちが食堂で話し合いをしている最中に誰かがこっそりとこの落書きを
Are we
残
like
した
setting up multiple locked rooms at once? Because there's the boiler room and now the parlor. I almost said the boiler room.
どうせ使用人の仕業よ。私たちはずっと一緒だったのよ。全員にアリバイがある。
Alibi.
おそらくお父様に何かおかしな指示を受けてこんないたずらをしたのよ。
昨日のマリアちゃんの手紙の件も含めて使用人連中が親父の手
Well,
先になって
you're gonna find out why that's not true in a hot minute there, Rudolph.
とにかくみんなどこにいやがるんだ。まさかかくれんぼってわけでもねえだろうに。探そうぜ。
それより私は子供たちが気になる。
Everybody's still taking a big nap.
無事よね。私確かめてくるついでにゲストハウスに使用人の人がいないか見てくるわ。
ならってわけだな。ゲストハウスにガキどもの様子を見に行く間、俺たちは屋敷の考えだという。こんな薄気味悪い落書きがここだけってことはねえかもしれない。
Is this the first time Rudolph and Krause have survived the first night? I think so,
親父
yes.
殿のおかしなゲームに巻き込まれているのかもしれない。
Yeah, they died both times, yeah.
私は親父殿のところへ行って事情を
That'll be
聞いてみる。
interesting. I'm interesting to see how long they last.
まあ、素直に話を聞いてくれるとは思えんがね。
The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin's room, one on the second floor of the guest house. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe. Oh yeah, we haven't really seen Nanjo a lot this episode. It seemed he believed in the phrase early bed, early to rise, and had awoken refreshed. During that time, Kirie and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty.
子供たちは無事よ。みんな夜更かしのしすぎね。
使用人室は空っぽや。勤務表を見ても早番は6時からってことになっとる。もうお勤めをしてなきゃならん頃や。
Oh, those lazy servants.
仮眠室も空っぽ。
I hate it when my servants don't start work right away.
布団を抜け出した後はあるけど暖かくはなかったわ。
The nap room. I like a good nap room.
クラウス兄さんたちの想像が当たったんとちゃうか。多分お父さんの指示で仕組んだゲームなんや。あの不気味な落書きを残
I mean,
し
it
て
sort
ど
of
こかに
is.
姿を隠してわしらに何かをさせたいに違いないんや。
遺産や家督を誰が引き継ぐにふさわしいか確かめようっていうことですか。
Yes, it's definitely
いく
that.
らなんでもそれは。
いいえ、お父様だったらそういうことをしてもおかしくないかもしれない。
何しろお父さんは大仕掛けが大好きや。例の碑文を大広間に掲げた時から練りに練った計画だったのかもしれへんで。
ならゲームの開始宣言もしくはゲームの説明などがあったりはしないのかしら。マリアちゃんに渡したような紋章入りの封筒が出てきても良さそうだけど。
そうね。
Yes, that would be extremely convenient, wouldn't it?
屋敷で兄さんたちがそれを見つけたかもしれないわね。
南條先生、あんたなんか聞いてませんか。
申し訳ありませんが、
I was
私に
sleeping.
何が何だかさっぱりです。
I don't know what's going
た
on.
だ、なるほど。金蔵さんが何かを企んで大仕掛けを打つことは私にも容易に想像できます。
But yes, Kinzo is an insane person. We all know this.
屋敷に戻らんか。
I also like that Hatsune Marvin. Umineko has a very cool view of witches. They get really cool frilly dresses. I'm not usually a full dress type of guy, but I would wear something like that, I think.
私はここに残るわ。上にマリアたちが寝てる。何が起こってるかわからないんだもの。子供たちを放ってはいけないわ。
そうね。私もローザさんとここで留守番してるわ。うちの人にそう伝えていただけませんか。
Rosa and Kyrie remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. At the same time, in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling, Rudolph's prediction was spot on. The same magic circle graffiti that had been drawn on the doors of the boiler room and the parlor had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion. Oh my god. Is Renove... Because Beatrice told Renove to set up the mystery. Is he like, oh, I'll be extra devious. I'll put every body in a different room that is also locked. So we're setting up an extra hard one for Battler.
親父の方はどうだ。
いや、ダメと。何の反応もない。一応扉に耳も当ててみたのだが、何の気配も感じなかった。
使用人の姿はどこにもありません。一体どこへ姿を消したのやら。
I think that would be really funny to see Battler puzzle his way out through like 6 locked room mysteries at once.
冗談じゃないわ。お父様も使用人も姿を消し。
Maybe it's time to go back to Hempel's Raven and make up some more guys.
一体何が起こってるっていうのよ。
Wow. There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor and 1 on the 3rd floor for a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle and all of the doors had been locked so that they couldn't check inside the rooms.
とにかくまずはボイラー室を何とかしよう。何かの故障で火事になったりとか。
It would be bad if things... If it would, that would be very bad. I feel like that is like that is like, it sounds silly, but it feels like a possible level of things that could happen in this visual novel.
使用人室にキーボックスがあったはずです。
Keybox. They fished through that key box. Because each of the servants carried their master keys around, those weren't kept there. However, all of the individual keys should have been there.
よくもこれだけぎっしりと鍵があるものだよ。
Would I still respect Beatrice if she was 15 feet tall and had massive muscles like Witch Adele from Final Fantasy VIII? I might respect her more, honestly.
ないわ。何度探してもボイラー室の鍵が見つからないわ。
見ろよ姉貴。例の魔法陣の書かれた綺麗にぽっかりと。
How mysterious.
本当ですね。これは困りました。まるで魔法陣の部屋に入ってほしくないかのようね。いいえ、わざわざ魔法陣でアピールしてるんだから入ってほしいのかしら。
俺は後者だと思うぜ。扉をぶち破るのは映画じゃあるまいし無理だろう。
It did seem pretty sturdy. They said it was like made out of metal. For a while, Kraus pondered over whether the situation really called for smashing a window. At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kyrie had stayed to watch over the place.
おはようございます。何やらおかしなことになったそうですな。
おはようございます、南條先生。早朝から起こしてしまったようで申し訳ありませんが。
なんや。
Nanjo definitely seems like one of those old guys who goes to bed at like 8 p.m.
手紙の類は見つからんのか。わしはてっきりそういうのが見つかったとばかり思っとったんや。
そうね。私もこれはお父様の壮大な冗談か何かのゲームだと信じ
He
てる。
is old, but like there's a specific type of old guy that's like, I'm going to bed, and it's like 8 p.m.
でもそう
Not
な
all
ら
old guys are like that.
必ずそれを伝える手紙があるはずよね。マリアちゃんに手紙を与えたように。
ゲーム開始宣言はまさにあのマリアちゃんの手紙だったのか
It
もしれない。
very clearly was. You guys just didn't pay attention.
自分の謎を解いてみろと。すでにゲームの内容は示されてるさ。
なら屋敷から5つも見つかった魔法陣にはどんな意味があるというのかな。姿の見えない使用人もだ。
夏日姉さん、使用人って今日は全部で何人いたかしら。え、現地にゴーダに5人ですが何か。
Oh no, the numbers. What do they mean, Mason?
魔法陣も5つか。偶然だろうが気になるな。
It's not a coincidence at all.
窓を破りましょう。中を確認するべきだわ。
仕方ないな。綺麗に頼むよ。
Kraus made his decision and gave permission to smash a window. And he decided that the first room they would break into should be the parlor on the first floor, where the windows would be easiest to reach. Yeah, we don't need to get a ladder for that one. They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were drawn, so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered around the garden trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. I don't know, you're in a garden, there's probably a lot of rocks. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the gusto you need.
全部割ることはないわよ。鍵が回せる程度に開けてくれれば十分。
あまり期待には添えないかもしれ
It's
ない
a
ぜ。
big rock, Eva. Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. We only have one glass breaking sound, too. You just got used to us using it for our menus instead of actual breaking glass. Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it.
後でガムテープで塞いだ方がいいだろうな。雨が吹き込んじまうぜ。
That would be bad. Don't want mildew. That's no good. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and the rain made the curtain dance around violently. That curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor that they knew well. They were a little relieved. They'd thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, or possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain. So the six of them, Kraus, Natsuhi, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo, entered the parlor as a group.
特に変わったところはないようですな。
Uh-oh.
どうしましたかシャノン。
Oh, we found one. That's one.
大丈夫なの？どうしたのよあんた。
チア南條先生見たってや。
おいシャノンちゃん
The golden slaughter begins again.
返事をしろい。
揺さぶってはいけません。
There's a song.
今容体を見ます。
She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they had entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood. Meow.
おーい
Get back here, Get in here, you little bitch.
バトラー、どう
It's time to start the arguments again. I'm adding you on
シャノン
Twitter.
の死体が出てきたぞ。もういじめねえから出てこいよ。
Oi!
おーい、いたいた。そんなところで頭抱えて何してんだよ。
Leave me alone. Battler was He's just like hiding under a table. No, leave me alone. Battler was crouching under the table, holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he'd closed up his heart like a shell.
少しお嬢様がいじめすぎたのではないでしょうか。あれだけのものを見せつけて反論を迫っては。
Yeah, I don't know how Battler's gonna argue his way out of the giant magic fight.
なあバトラー、反論がないならリザインを頼むぜ。お前の手番なんだ。何か刺すとかパスするとか、さもなく降参するとかしてくれねえと話が前に進まねえよ。
Yeah, it was a laser light show, like the Cell games. That's exactly what Mr. Satan said.
聞こえないぞ。
黙れっつってんだ。ああ、うるせえうるせえうるせえ。何が魔女だ何が魔法だ。好き勝手にやればいいじゃねえかよ。俺は信じねえ。何も信じねえ。クソクソクソクソ。
He's crying again. He's just throwing a tantrum. Beatrice winced reflexively at Battler's sudden rage. No, you have to pay attention to me, Battler.
お前の手番が終わらんと、わらわの手番も来んぞ。あまりわらわを退屈させるなと言いたいのだが。
知るかよ。黙れよ。うるせえんだよ。
I think you broke him.
お前のゲームなんか知るかよ。付き合ってらんねえんだよ。俺の番が終わらねえとてめえの番が来ねえってんなら永遠に待ってやがりゃいいだろうが。ああ、知らねえ知らねえよ。わからねえ。魔女も魔法も認めねえ。あんなめちゃくちゃも認めねえ。ああ、俺に話しかけるなっつってんだ。
What's going on now? I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella.
俺はひょっとするとあいつのゲームにとっくの昔に負けているのかもしれねえな。
I like, he literally just leaves. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rokunjima is a different world, where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game, and this is just the signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously the ground was hard, and water from a puddle splashed. Several towers had split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore.
密室に鍵が閉じ込められてとかってやつならよくある推理小説の延長だろってことは
Well, I've got good news, Battler. You've got 5 more of those now.
でもあのドッカンドッカンってのはなくっそ
私の弟子が随分と
Oh,
迷
hi.
惑をかけている
I didn't expect you to come back so soon.
あんた
Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around. And in the Rose Garden Arbor was the predecessor Beatrice, whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago. I didn't expect her to, like, show up again.
てっきり死んだと思ったぜ生きてたのか
いいえ死にましたよ今の私は取られた駒がチェス盤の外でくつろいでいるだけに過ぎません
Loitering. Hello, Pyropollo. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your meal.
ってことはつまりあんたも魔女ってわけか
ええそうですよ
ってことはつまりやっぱり魔女はいるってことで決まりな
Well, don't say that with Beato in earshot. You know she'll come running.
するのは俺じゃないすげえ魔法使えるあんたの方じゃねえか
She seems interesting.
俺はもうお役御免さ俺にできる
I have no idea what her deal is, but I mean, I don't know what anyone's deal is in this anymore.
おやおや
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Hatsune Myron. That's basically what I figured.
すっかり屈服してしまいましたか
僕も何もあれをどう説明すりゃいいんだよ塔が生えたり落ちてきたりでっけえ巨人が盾を構えたり槍を投げたり
That was a lot. That was a lot of theatrics.
あー
A lot of
思い出すだけでも気が変に
pyrotechnics.
なりそうだぜもう推理もヘチマもあったもんじゃねえトリックとか人間犯人説とかそんな領域をとっくに超えてるだろああ畜生畜生畜生畜生
落ち着いて私はあの子のゲーム版の駒に過ぎないこうして番外へ取り除かれてしまえばもはや何もできない存在しかしあなたはあの子の対戦相手あなたが自ら投げ出さない限りあなたには常に
I don't know how you're supposed to strike back against this one. It seems a little ridiculous.
うるせえあんただっておかしな呪文を唱えて塔だの槍だのを呼び出してたじゃねえかよ何を一矢報いるってんだよ俺にも魔法を教えてくれたあいつとあの大魔法
Now that would be
繰り広げろ
funny.
っていうのかよ
あなたが望むならあなたに魔法の一端を教えてあげてもいいですよ
そりゃあ願ったり叶ったりだぜあいつの胸板にズドンと打ち込んでやれるようなすっげえ魔法一発頼むぜ
No, that's Dragon Ball, Battler.
なめんなってんだ
Goku does that. I'm not stopping thinking, but I'm just like, this is
というものがあるそうですね
a little insane.
ご存知ですか
雨乞いバンバン火をくべて塩分を奉納して雨を祈るっていうあれかあれは魔法じゃねえだろ火で上昇気流ができてその結果雨雲が集まるっていうれっきとした科学現象のはずだぜ
おや、私は東洋魔法の一つだと信じていましたが、魔法ではないのですか。天に聖なる火を捧げ、敬いの演舞を捧げることで、神々の心に雨乞いの嘆願が届くものと信じておりましたよ。
大昔の連中はそうだったろうよ。でもその手のオカルトは大抵
How are you
科学
gonna
的に説明がつく
scientifically
もんだ。
explain your way out of the god spears?
物が燃えるのはどうしてですか。物質にフロギストンが含まれているからでは。
What the fuck is phlogiston?
いや、物が燃えるのは酸化反応だ。フロギストン説はラボアジェが否定したはずだぜ。
Lavoisier. Is that like an
物に熱が
FF14
伝わるの
character?
はどうしてですか。物質にカロリックが含まれているからでは。
そいつは確かジュールが否定したはずだ。熱はエネルギーであって物質じゃ
Oh,
ない。
is that why they're called joules? Like the unit of
よく勉強して
energy?
いますね。正しい知識ですよ。
ちょいとした雑学レベルだがな。
フロギストンもカロリックも、果てはエーテルも、神の愛さえも、科学的な説明の前には無力ですね。私はかつて木からリンゴが落ちるのは
Ringo.
人に食を与えるための神の愛のおかげだと聞かされましたよ。
重力すらも神の愛なのか。まあ科学より宗教が万物を説明した時代の名残だろうぜ。
その通りです。人類はかつて自らの知識の限界を、いいえ、無知そのものを魔法と呼んだのです。先ほどの雨乞いの話はまさにそれでしょう。太古の人々が火が熱を生み上昇気流を生み出して雲を呼ぶことを科学的に理解していたでしょうか。理解せずともそういう結果になることだけは知っている。
I wonder what could result in seeing like giant statues rise from the ground. What scientific
そういうのは
principle?
結構あるかもな。
Like maybe it's just some elaborate illusion.
先人たちの知恵ってやつさ。理由は分からずとも長い経験でそういう結果が得られることを知っていた。原理を理解できない現象は多分彼らにとっては魔法も同然だったろうな。
Yes, any sufficiently advanced technology, etc., etc. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that through the rain ceremony, their wish would reach the heavens and make rain fall. To them, that was certainly magic, as long as they didn't understand updrafts.
電気のスイッチを押せば明かりがつく。子供は電球がなぜ発光するのか、その科学的原理を知らず、結果だけを知っていてスイッチを押す。原理を知らずとも結果を得られるならば、それは彼らにとって魔法なのではありませんか。
面白い。
Intriguing.
まあ理屈から言やそうだ。例えば俺たちはテレビのブラウン管にどうして画像が映るの
I
か。
was like brown tubes, and then I was like, oh right, this is in the 80s.
でもテレビに物が映るのは当たり前だと思ってる。ブラウン管の原理を知らな
Maybe
くても
Beatrice just had a
スイ
really
ッチを
big
押せばテレビ
TV.
が見られることだけは知っている。上昇気流を理解せずに雨乞いをするのと全く同じだ。つまり原理を知らないならばテレビだって魔法も同然。いや魔法そのものだろうってわけか。
あなたはブラウン管の構造がどうなっているか知っていますか。
Well, I can guess that they are tube shaped.
分解してその中身を見たことは。
There's like, they're kind of like weird light bulbs. I don't remember.
本か何かで構造を読んだ気もするが難しくてさっぱりだったな。確か電子が蛍光物質にぶつかるとき発光してどうだろうこうだな。
それは偽書です。真実はブラウン管の中にグレムリン
The
という
Braun
妖精
Tube
が閉じ込められていて
Gremlins.
魔法で仕事をしてくれているからなのですよ。
はあ、バカなこと言うなよ。そんなわけねえだろ。
He doesn't know about the Braun Tube Gremlins chat.
ブラウン管の中を覗いたこともないのにどうして否定を？
覗いたことはねえが、絶対にそんな妖精はいないと断言できるさ。
ここにブラウン管がない以上実証は不能ですよ。
確かに今この瞬間は実証不能
Good old Hempel's Raven
後でどこかのテレビをばらしてみせれば
and the demon's
すぐに論
proof.
破できるさ。
ということはブラウン管の中にグレムリンが閉じ込められていて、その魔法で映像を映し出しているという私の魔法説は、ブラウン管の中身を検証するまで否定不能ということに
Oh, I see. I see. That's the argument we're gonna use. We don't have to prove. We don't have to prove none of that existed. We just have to say, well, you could have used any scientific thing to make those images appear in front of me, but you won't let me examine your methods. So
なんだよあれか。悪魔の証明だって言いたい
yeah,
な。
devil's proof.
お前たち魔女のお箱だぜ。
悪魔の証明は消極的事実の証明が不可能であることを逆手に取った詭弁です。しかし今のブラウン管の話は違う。テレビをたった1台分解すれば済むだけの話ですよ。
そうだな、確かに悪魔の証明とは異なるな。
Oh boy, are we about to learn a new third thing? I'm not a devil's proof or a Hempel's Raven. I'm a secret third thing.
そのどちらかが真実です。そしてそれはブラウン管の中を覗いた時に確定する。
Oh no. Is it time? Is it time for Cat in the Box? You can't prove it's one way or the other until you look inside. Is it Cat in the Box?
それを確かめる瞬間の直前まで私たちは互いの説を否定できないのです。つまり真実は一つであるにもかかわらず、ブラウン管の中を
Is it cat? It's Cat in the Box, isn't it?
相反する真実が同時に2つ存在することができる。一つしか存在してはいけない真実が2つ同時に存
Yes,
在できる。
yes, they are both true until one is proven wrong by looking inside. It's the Cat in the Box! Yes! We did it, chat. We filled out the checklist. We have all four. We have Blue Sky, we have Piano, we have Puppet with its strings cut, and we have Cat in the Box. We finally did it. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you will learn the answer. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth according to the people making them, and even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange, separate world. But now we have to talk about alternate universes. That is what Rokunjima is now. This island is now a different world where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of a science such as yourself, at a glance, it may feel as though this island had been sucked into a world of magic. Yeah, look, there's the butterflies. That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has been moved from the world of science to the gap between that world and the world of magic. So at a glance, it appears as though the world is tilted towards the magical side. But in reality, this island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds. That's fine. Just pull that one out next time you're arguing with Beato. I can't believe we got Cat in the Box so soon. I wasn't expecting it again for a while. I was not expecting it for a time. But we're like only 45 minutes into this stream and we got it.
ならばこう考えるといいでしょう。これは裁判です。
Yeah, just like Ace Attorney.
あなたとベアトリーチェが 相反する主張を繰り広げている法廷だと考えるのです。
I love Ace Attorney.
ブラウン管裁判でもいいでしょう。あの子はブラウン管の中には妖精が入っていると主張している。そして中に入っている妖精がどのような魔力を持っているのかを次々に説明する。そしてあなたは、
まあ図書館で勉強してブラウン管の構造を説明して反論するだろうよ。
この瞬間法廷にはあなたの主張とあの子の主張が同時に存在する。
I feel like Ryukishi definitely probably has read Ace Attorney.
もしもあの子の主張
I mean, I feel like that's true of most people who write visual novels after the year 2001.
それはあたかも真実に聞こえてしまうかもしれない。見えてあなたはまさにそれを見せつけられた。今この瞬間の六軒島には確かに魔女も魔法も真実として存在するかもしれない。しかしそれは猫の箱が開かれる瞬間までの不確定な波動関数の世界。すべての状態が同時に説明できる。しかし真実は一つです。それは観測されることによって収縮し、無数の真実が淘汰されてたった一つの真実になる。法廷で例えるならば、これは裁判長による判決行為にも似ているでしょう。検察側、弁護側がそれぞれに主張する2つの真実は判決によって収縮し、
Yes, yes, I understand how court trials work more or less.
あんたの言葉を借りるとつまり
Do I know all these neat sound effects? I mean, I've heard them a few times. Are you asking if I like know where they're from?
今のこの島は
Because I don't. I just assumed it was some basic like sound effect pack. Oh, I see what you mean. You've modded them into your EDO Pro program. That's cute.
だからこそ科学説も魔法説もどちらも否定できない。否定できないってことはつまり
どちらも真実として存在できる。だから魔女も魔法も存在し得る。しかし同時にそれを否定するあなたの意見もまた真実として。
I think it's good that all of your Yu-Gi-Oh duos sound that way because I mean that big fight was basically a Yu-Gi-Oh duel.
相反する2つが同時に存在できる世界。そして相反する真実が互いを否定する理由にできない世界。理解できてきましたか？
つまりベアトがどんなすげえ魔法を俺に見せようともそれは魔法説の主張でしかなく俺を否定することには当たらない。ベアトがどんな魔法を俺に見せようともこの世界ではそれをもって魔法が存在する証拠にはなり得ない。
We're advancing. Because before, a battler was just like, show me some crazy magic and then I'll believe it. And actually, it's like, never mind, I don't have to believe it at all.
あの子は木からリンゴが落ちることすらも魔法で説明しようとするでしょう。あの子は一見杖を振るって魔法にてリンゴをもぎ取り大地に落としたかのように主張するかもしれない。しかしそれはあの子の主張の一つに過ぎないのです。あの子のいかなる主張もあなたの主張する機会を拒むことはできない。その意味においてこの世界は双方にあまりに公平なのです。
なるほど。だがよ、その論法で言ったならたとえ俺が科学説で正論を示したところで奴の魔法説と正面衝突を起こすだけ。
Yeah, that does seem like it would just lead to a stalemate.
しかもそのファイナルジャッジはブラウン管を除かない限りつかない。この世界のブラウン管はどこにあるんだ。俺たちに議論なんて必要ないってことになる。俺たちは仲良くブラウン管の中身を除けばいいだけの話じゃねえのか。
Well, Beato likes to cause problems on purpose, so that's partially why.
中に妖精が本当にいたら 俺の全面敗北だ。いなかったら逆に俺の勝ち。俺たちはブラウン管を覗かずにどうして論争を繰り広げなくちゃならないんだ。
それこそがあの子があなたに挑んだゲームなのです。
ゲームなのです。
裁判ではなくチェスと例
I
えるべ
mean,
きでしょう。
hey, why stop now, right? We've been using chess as an example this entire time.
勝敗は裁判官が決めるのではない。戦っているあなたたち自身が決めるのです。
真実が同時に存在できるめちゃくちゃな世界で相手を論破
I don't
で
know.
き
You
る
seem like we have hard enough time winning an argument in the regular world.
現にあなたは論破されて今こうして屈服していますよ。
He's like, yeah, I guess I did give up a little bit at one point.
今私に助言できるのはここまでです。もしもあなたが望むなら時折助言を与えましょう。
あ
He's gonna call her up like the navigator in a
あ
Persona
あり
game.
がとう助かるぜ。
I can teleport you out of the
あんたの
dungeon.
仇も
Huh, the
俺が取
enemy.
ってやる。
ありがとう。期待していますよ。
あんた名前は？
ベアトリーチェはかつて私の名でしたが譲ってしまった今、私はならば仮の名でも名乗りまし
Can we still call you Kumasawa?
ワルギリアス。
Alright, that's fine too. That's cool. Do you have a katana?
ワルギリアではいかがです？
Whatever, you know, katana.
ワルギリア。ワルキ
Can
ュ
you
リ
do rapid slash?
神話の女神の名前だっけか。
いいえ、ベアトリーチェのもとへ導くもの。
Oh, that's very specific.
煉獄戦の頂上にて待つあの子のもとへあなたを導く。その案内人にふさわしい名前でしょう。
魔女を否定する俺が魔女の助けを借りるとはな。なるほど。異なる主張が同時に存在できるこの矛盾した世界なら
I'm fine with
そ
this.
れもあり。
You're not like trying to murder my entire family, so I'm fine with it.
笑える話だぜ。
あの子の言葉を借りるけど、本当にあなたは不死鳥のような人に。
You're like a phoenix who's always struggling to be right.
戦う気力がもう蘇ってきた。さあ、心の準備がいいならあの子のもとへ。あの子の座するチェス盤の正面へお戻りなさい。私の弟子とどこま
Ah, go have fun, you crazy
で楽し
kids.
みにしていますよ。
ああ、見てろよ。もうあいつの寝言には耳を貸さねえ。とことん冷静に俺の戦いを貫いてやる。もうあいつの挑発には絶対に乗らねえ。
では戻りましょう。戦いの席へ。
Wow.
おお、バトラー。
She sounds so excited, like she's really genuinely been waiting for him to come back.
そなたどこへ姿を消しておったのか。負け犬は二度と姿を現さ
Oh,
ない。
that's not true at all.
待たせたな。頭を冷やしてきたぜ。
Losers like Battler always keep crawling back.
それでわらわとお師匠様の愉快痛快爽快大合奏
Highly acclaimed. Reviewers give it 2 thumbs up.
あんなのファンタジー以
ファ
外じゃ
ンタジー
説明不能だろう。
お嬢さん、さっき親切で上品にするとお誓い。
I don't think she ever promised that.
いけねえいけねえ。バトラの顔を見てるとついつい上機嫌になってしまうものでな。ほれほれほれ。それでバトラ、さっきの戦いだがどういう反応を示してみせるよ。
バトル何があったって？
I didn't see anything, actually.
このバラ庭園のどこにお前らがニョキニョキ生やした塔が槍が ねえじゃないか。
It was all fake. Smoke and mirrors as usual, Beato.
こいつがブラウン管の中身ってわけさ。
You're not smart enough to come up with that allegory. I know who told you.
ブラウン管の中身一体何の話を始めるやら。
今この瞬間バラ庭園には何もない。さっきまでは魔法で塔が生えていたかもしれねえさ。だがそれはブラウン管の中を知るまでだ。
Show me what's inside your brown
魔法バ
tubes,
トルはお前の解
Beatrice.
釈、主張に過ぎない。今この場に何もないのがその証拠だ。
How do you think she'll react to be kin-assigned to Ultimecia? I don't know. I don't even know if she's played Final Fantasy VIII.
俺はさっきの魔女の戦いにこう反論する。今この場に何もないのは何事もなかったことの証明だとな。
Oh, me too, Pyropoil. Like, he found the Hempel's Raven, he's like, this is my ultimate weapon. Now he's got this.
被害を及ぼさないため結
A
界の中で
barrier?
戦っておったのだ。だから現実には何の影響も与えていないのは当然のことよ。
それがお前の主張だな。ああ、それもありだろうな。だが
Naga!
今この瞬間のバラ庭園に何もない。だから魔法などなかったという俺の主張を何ら妨げるものではないんだ。
Ryukishi's use of Hempel's Raven is stupid anyways. I mean, the thing about stuff like Hempel's Raven and the Devil's Proof and the Cat in the Box is that, like, none of them are like things you'd use in a real debate. In a real debate, you use things like evidence, but that's not what this is about. It's all speaking in allegory and theoreticals, so that stuff applies a lot more than it would normally. Like in a court of law, in a real court of law, you're not gonna hear the devil's proof come up because it's kind of stupid to use that when you have things like solid evidence. Right? It's more like those things are all more like thought experiments than they are like hard concepts, which is why it's okay to use them like this here, because this whole thing is a big thought experiment, basically.
おいおい、そんなめちゃくちゃでわらわの魔法を否定できるのか？
Beato, I can deny anything with a hot mess like this. I'm a hot
魔法
mess.
がないは証明不能。悪魔の証明であるぞ。
今この瞬間のこのバラ庭園が
Yeah, exactly. The point of the game isn't really using like evidence or anything. It's more like they argue until one of them gives in. Right? They're all just using theoreticals to be like, well, I don't have anything left to argue with. I guess you win.
だからお前らの魔女の戦いは行われなかった。
なんだ、その返してもその力を、もしや
Could it be?
お忘れですか、お嬢様。多層世界収縮術です。
The multi-layered words reduction technique.
無限の魔女にしか悟ることができず、そして無限の魔女にとって最も強力な効果を発揮します。
シュレディンガーの猫箱か。老いぼれ魔女め、余計な入れ知恵。
Yeah, I guess Renove is like their debate monitor right now. Moderator.
時間をロスった。
Yeah, it's like a really shitty Twitch debate, which is why it's hilarious.
じいさまで6人の死体。状況を確認させてもらうぜ。俺がもたもたしてて時間を無駄にしちまった。
I do think Battler makes a good point here where the big magic fight is just a big light show distraction from what the real argument is about, which is these awesome murders.
ここからはサクサクいくぜ。席につけ、ベアトリーチェ。
Right, like I feel like the only reason Beato put on that big display was just to distract Battler.
ようやく第一の番じゃねえか。本番スタートだぜ。どんと来やがれ。
Eye Catch. This is a good song too. Sounds like a Tekken training stage. What time is it? 7 a.m. Past 7 a.m. Just a little bit. Forget what the adults expected. At least for us kids, there was supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins depended on deepened their friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. George, Aniki, and Jessica were crying over Shannon-chan and Kanon-kun's deaths. Right now, everyone who was alive had gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the guest house, and there were 12 people there. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday, and in one night a third of that number had lost their lives. I eventually sobered up from my agitation, and along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning, I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. The adults... Rudolph got the shoddy this time. The adults were holding items from what was apparently grandfather's collection. Short barrel Winchester... Oh, they have... Oh, okay, they just have more than one. Apparently relics from a time that he'd been obsessed with westerns. There were 4 guns altogether. Those had been split up among the 4 siblings. Uncle Kraus, Aunt Eva, my dad, and Aunt Rosa. Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them. How convenient that there are 4 guns. I'm glad they all have sprites for holding the guns.
もう殴られることはない。
信じられないわ。あのお父様がこんな最後を迎えるなんて。
金蔵さんに限って普通に床で亡くなるようなことはないだろうと思っていましたが、それにしても無語す
る。ねえ、あれは本当にお父様なのかしら。私は別人の死体でごまかした替え玉を疑ってるんだけど。いいえ。
Back to this theory.
あれは間違いなくお父様です。足の指をご覧になったでしょう。
Oh yeah, the 6 toes. That weird thing.
そうはいません。でもいないとも言えない。多子症は珍しくない病気だと聞いたわ。王子掛けの大好きな方なんでしょ。どこかで両足の指の数が自分と同じな。It
all seems like a bit much. We should Occam's razor this a bit, I think.
バカバカしい。そんなこと何のためにするというのですか。
普通の人にならわしもそう言うわ。しかしあのお父さんや桐江さんの話も全くの口頭無形とは言い切れんのやないか。
小死体は身元の確認が難しいと。
It do be crispy. He was deep fried.
歯型とか骨格とかいろいろ調べる方法はあるはずさ。警察が調べれば一発で身元なんかわかるに決まってる。
問題は警察より先に電話技師が必要だという点だがね。
の台風じゃ船は来られないでしょうね。なら明日になるのかしら。
おそら
No
く
boats.
明
The
日の9
boats
時
are
にも
all
う一度
gone.
船が来てくれるでしょう。そこで警察に連絡できると思います。私たちも、そして犯人も。
Honey
つまりは台風が通り過ぎるまでこの島に閉じ込められたってわけね。
Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. First, early that morning, in various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses, including grandfather and all the servants, had been found one after another. First, grandfather had been in the boiler room, completely burnt. The servants had died, each shut up in their rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. The cause of death for the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanja's diagnosis, there was a huge likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun. That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters. And what made that situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unusable. It was unknown if lightning had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broke them. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So until the typhoon passes and a boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rokunjima is now isolated by the typhoon. And just as we're stuck on the island, so is the culprit. It seemed that the adults had stayed up all night, holding up the family conference in the mansion's dining hall the whole time. And yet, the crime had occurred in the mansion. So right now, when the adults had been in an uproar over the money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. Spooky. They say Aunt Natsuhi's been strict about locking the doors and windows at the night. And yet, some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George Aniki had begged to see Shannon-chan's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that they mustn't do anything until the police arrived. That wasn't just because they wanted to seal all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wandering about the mansion. To the Ushiramiya family right now, the mansion that should have been their home was now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion. There are plenty of blind spots and dark places, and it's too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people. Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories, something like 10 or so rooms. Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a small hotel as part of the plan to turn this island into a resort. You know, Krause's plan that failed epically. So it was easier to know what was going on everywhere inside it, and it'd be easier to keep safe. It made it for a good place to hole up in. Also, it was extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. After all, the culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with the family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Pt.13 yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. Ooh, ooh. This was what the letter said. So that there will be no misunderstandings. The game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph, not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, this pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It would be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for me. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all the gold of the Golden Land, the Ushiramiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded the Ushiramiya family headship after Kinzo-sama. I look forward to seeing who will succeed to that headship after me. The Golden Witch, Beatrice. This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. Grandfather was the one who had it written, and the person who solved it would supposedly be given the inheritance or the hidden gold or something like that. Ever since it was first put on display there several years ago, the relatives had secretly tried to solve that riddle, despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle, and this time we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. If that wasn't a game, then what else could it be? The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit had come up once. However, there was a good chance that they were armed, and there might not just be one of them. And, while they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that we should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprit, and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. I'm sure that will work very well for you. Waiting for the police has worked every single time so far. After the adults carefully checked the doors and windows in the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. There was nothing for me to do. Now, all I could do was be taught how to use a gun. Prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. That's fine. Just obediently stay there, me and the rest of you.
また最初は6人。
It's always the same. You've read the Epitaph Battler. You know how many people it's gonna be.
今回はじい様と使用人が全部まとめてときたもんだ。
おそらく
Oh,
あ
hi.
の子は前回のゲームでのあなたの指し手を慎重に研究したのでしょう。そしてあなたが最初に疑うと高い確率で推定される駒を最優先で奪ったに違いありませんよ。
筋だな。前回も前々回も。屋敷に精通し、マスターキーを持ち歩く使用人たち全員は常に最高順位で疑わしい人物だった。前回のゲームの例えば
Yeah, that's when she was like, you gotta blame the servants.
使用人が犯人であることを認めさえすれば、あんなのは密室でも何でもない。
ゆえに、あの子はそこを真っ先に切りに切った。あなたがやがて逃げ込むであろう退路を真っ先に塞ぎに来たのでしょう。
ベアとはすでに赤で、この島には19人以上いないと宣言している。それはつまり諦めろってことだ。
It's interesting that she says in red that there is no more than 18 people on the island, though, because she's not including herself anymore.
もう俺は
I wonder what that means.
疑わざるを得ない。
あの子はその18人の駒を全て奪い切った上で存在しないはずの19人目として降臨し、
I feel like she always included herself. Like she was arguing that a 19th person existed before and it was her and she could use magic.
あなたに自らが魔女であることを認めさせる手で来るでしょう。
That's true, Sweet Creamy. She did say that there were no more than 18 humans, and she doesn't think of herself as a human. She thinks of herself as a witch, except in that scene where she was attacking Shannon and Cannon, she called herself a human. She was like, "You're furniture. Look at me. I'm a human." So I wonder if there's any deeper meaning to that, or if it was just like, you know, for the sake of comparison.
魔法を見せつけることで強引に屈服させる。恫喝的手法がもはや通じない以上。
Yeah, metaphorically human, like a person. Not a human in the literal sense. Like she doesn't think of Shannon as a person.
あの子にさせるのは成功法だけな
Full
のです。
frontal, you say.
上等だ。もうハったりは通用しねえぞ。
気をつけて。まやかしは魔女の最も得意とするところ。あの子が何を言おうと何を見せようと、あなたが信じる真実を決して脅かすことなどできないのです。それを忘れないで。
That's right, you just gotta use the cat in the box.
おう。そう何度も同じ手が通用してたまるかってんだ。出てこいよ。ベアトリーチェ。おっぱ 始めようぜ。
I don't know about that one, Battler. You do fall for the same things over and over, actually. Hey, what's up?
すでに勝負のテーブルに着席しておるわ。わらわの手番もすでに終了しておる。
マダムを敵に回すことになるとは。厄介です。
Yeah, lots of good music in this episode. There wasn't a ton of new music in the second one, but there's a lot of new stuff in this one.
手の内をだいぶ読まれますよ。
構わん。お師匠様の指し手などすでに時代遅れの古典よ。恐れるに足りぬわ。あなたが私の教えた古典以上の何をさせる
The
のか
classics.
期待していますよ、ベアトリーチェ。いいのか、バートラー。魔女を否定するそなたが魔女を軍師につけて。
Hey, you know what they say, if you can't beat them.
くだらねえ挑発は無用だ。こいつは俺の相談役。いや、セコンドだ。
Yeah, she's like, she's rubbing his shoulders like the boxing coach. Remember your breathing, Battler. Yamato Damashi.
ガチンコで殴り合うのは俺とお前だってことには何の変化もない。
わかっている。よちよちのお前には自転車にも補助輪が必要。
Yo, get his ass.
好きにするがよ。
Get his ass.
さあ始めろ。お前の手番だ。
事件現場の再構築から始める。
This is a good song, too.
ワルギリア、早速頼む。
最初の遺体発見は
We're going into the Mind
屋敷
Palace.
内の1階客間より発見されました。扉と窓は施錠され密室を構成していました。
ベアトに説明要求。密室の定義を再確認。
密室の定義は内外の出入りが一切隔絶された室内を。
This is the only time in the game this song plays? That's interesting.
当然内外からの一切の侵入脱出はおろか干渉もできない。それは包括的に隠し扉の否定、外部干渉の余地一切の否定を含む。以後この手ベアトリーチェの密室定義
Beatrice's closed room definition.
細部確認。外部干渉の余地の定義とは。
外部から釣り糸やら長くて細い棒やらなどを使って直接的に干渉するあらゆる余地だ。つまり扉や窓にそのような小細工を混ぜる隙間すらもないと判断する。
どうかな。仮に隙間がなくてもリモコンの
Radio,
電波は
like her
干渉
remote
できるはずだ。
control.
よかろう。電波などそれに類する遠隔操作技術も干渉不可能であると定義に追加する。
客間には内線電話もあるぜ。それと連動した仕掛けは遠隔操作にはならねえのか。
電話はすでに使用不能だろう。
That's right, they're always unusable first thing in the morning.
ああもう面倒だ。それも含めようぞ。直接間接のあらゆる方法で室外よりの密室内への
Okay,
干
so
渉は
no
不可能。
so no weird technology, no fishing line through door gaps, no funny
声やノ
sticks.
ックは密室に入らずに外部から干渉できるはずだぜ。
Oh yeah, this is good.
であっても声をかけることやノックは不可能ではなかろう。意思疎通の可否は密室の定義に反する。
That could be useful.
つまり外部との伝達方法までは途絶していると定義できないんだな。
そうなります。
That could be useful.
了解したぜ。シャノンちゃんの客間はそのベアトリーチェの密室定義を満たすってんだな。
その通りだ。
密室定義。了解
No escape from out. No entrance from. No escape from in. No entrance from out. No weird technology like radio waves. Fucking idiot battler. No, like being able to stick things through gaps in doors and windows. Okay.
ワルギリア、続けてくれ。
はい。シャノンの遺体はマスターキー1本を発見した親族が
Okay, she had a master
これを
key.
回収。
ベアトに負傷要求。今回のマスターキーの本数は
So, well, it was 5, right? Yeah. One for each servant.
ってことは密室にはまだならねえってわけさ。マスターキーはまだ4本余ってる。
Yeah, but we're just gonna be told they were found with each of the other servants' bodies, which were also in locked
シャ
rooms.
ノンちゃんを殺害後、4本の鍵のいずれかで施錠するだけの話だ。
その通りでございます。そして見つかったのはマスターキーだけではありませんよ。
It must have been the regular key to that room, right?
遺体のすぐ傍らに
Oh, that
紋
too,
章
okay.
入りの養鶏封筒が
Because those keys were missing from the
中に
key
手紙はな
box.
く2階客室の
Yeah,
鍵
there
が
we go,
入っていま
okay.
した。
2階客室の鍵。それは2階客室の扉をマスターキー以外に唯一開けることができる鍵だという定義。
問題ないぞ。そしてマスターキーと違い、その
Right,
一
yeah,
本
only one key for each regular room. Regular key for regular
部屋
room.
を開けるにはマスターキー5本に加えその1本しかないというわけです。
Yeah. Like Resident Evil.
これはつまり次は2階客室へ行
It's like a scavenger hunt.
となると大人たちは2階客室へ移動したな。
Oh, this is gonna get complex really fast, because that's like 5 rooms
2階客室
that are
の
like
扉の
daisy
中
chained together
施錠され
via
魔
the
法陣が
keys.
描かれていました。親族はシャノンの遺体脇より入手したその鍵によって解錠。室内にて熊沢の遺体を発見。室内は密室。定義はベアトリーチェの密室定義に準拠。熊沢はマスター
Okay, so she had another master key.
これを親族が回収。
Don't call it daisy. Daisy chain isn't. It's not a weird thing. It's a real thing that exists too. Don't get your mind out of the gutter, why don't you?
そしてシャノン同様に遺体の傍らに養鶏封筒を発見。中には3階控室の鍵が。親族は3階控室。
Yeah, they're all connected together via the keys.
そして3階控室の扉にも魔法陣で
God, this is getting so complicated so fast. Each key leads to a different room.
室内にてゴーダの遺体を発見。室内は密室。ベアトリーチェの密室定義に準拠。ゴーダはマスターキー1本を所持。これを親族が回収。
Okay,
そしてこれまで同様に紋章入りの養鶏封筒を
another regular key.
中より2階貴賓室の鍵。
Oh, the VIP room. Interesting.
親族は2階貴賓室へ移動。
何なんだこいつは。てめえ何を企んでやがる。
The VIP room could yield something different because it's special.
そう睨むほどのものでもあるまい。密室ではあるが、それを開けるマスターキーはまだ何本もあるではないか。律儀にマスターキー以外の固有の鍵も信頼
Well,
している。
sort of.
気に入らねえ展開だぜ。
Me neither.
だが展開は読めてきた。
We'll probably find something big in the VIP
この
room.
調子で6人続いてくってわけか。
はい、その通りです。2階貴賓室にて現時の遺体を発見。マスターキー
One master key.
地下ボイラー室の鍵を発見。
Yeah.
地下
One key in an
ボイラー室へ
envelope.
移動。地下ボイラー室にて
Okay, what was in this room, the last one?
礼拝堂の鍵を
The key to the chapel.
礼拝堂に移動。礼拝堂にて
Okay, that's where Canon's course was. Okay.
マスターキー1本を回収。1階客
And then, yes, then finally the key to the parlor, which they had to break into at first. So it's all a circle. Each room has a key for the next room, and the last room has the key for the first room. It's a big circle. An Ouroboros. Ouroboros.
以上で6名の遺体発見の再構築を終了します。
So, oh my god, okay. So, each room had a key to the next room and one master key. That means all doors were locked because each regular key was in another locked room.
補足です。金蔵の遺体の傍らで発見された養鶏封筒には礼拝堂の鍵と一緒に
Oh yeah, I should check out if the tips has anything for Virgilia. Let's take a look here. Oh wow, it's totally different now. Yeah, okay, so we got the regular family, and then we just go to the weirdos. Ushirimiya Kinzo. His body was found as burnt corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No evidence of a struggle was found inside the incinerator, so it's probably reasonable to assume that he was burned after his murder. Well, that's not true. Too bad this time. It was game over right from the start. Servant Genji. His body was found in the VIP room on the 2nd floor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. To thank Genji for his many years of service, let us allow him to rest in the VIP room. Servant Shannon. Her corpse was found in the parlor on the 1st floor. The weapon used on her is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. Let Shannon have the parlor with its wonderful view of the rose garden on sunny days. Servant Canon. His corpse was found in the chapel. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. For Canon, the chapel. Let him continue to protect the Lord's precious place even after death. When did he ever protect it before? Servant Goda. His corpse was found in a waiting room on the 3rd floor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. The room next to the study is fitting for him, considering how much he wanted to earn Kinzo's favor. Servant Kumasawa. Her corpse was found in the guest room on the 2nd floor. The weapon used on her is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. This seldom used 2nd floor guest room was her secret napping spot. Who knew? Wow. Virgilia, a now retired Endless Witch and Beatrice's teacher. She used the endless magic properly and devoted her life to the smiles and happiness of many people. She taught Beatrice the endless magic, believing that Beatrice would also devote herself to the people, and retired. Well, that was a bad guess. Though she was Beatrice's teacher, she was also a magician employed by Beatrice's family. For that reason, she interacted with Beatrice in a manner fitting for a servant. Some point to this as a source of Beatrice's arrogance and recklessness. Beatrice, the Endless Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She is known for being exceptionally cruel, even among witches. She loves bullying the weak and is capable of using trial and error endlessly to find the cruelest fate they can possibly be given. And she toys with her victims even further by piling on one after another. This witch is extremely powerful, but word has it that she can sometimes becomes obsessed with creating certain patterns, so that her means end up becoming her goals. Renove, one of the 72 great demons, works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. He currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head furniture. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as a butler is very high. In the society of witches, employing him has kind of become a status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches will often form a line demanding them. That's cute. He must possess tremendous magical power, but since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat capabilities are unknown. Whoops. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Right, wasn't there a way to scroll through them? Whatever, I don't think we need to read those again. I think they're all the same. All of the goats. All of the goats! Low-level furniture and service to Beatrice. They are great in number, but silently and lacking personality. They obediently follow their master's orders. Their senses are closer to those animals than humans, and they're surprisingly dull-witted, which sometimes leads them to misunderstand their orders. They have by nature a massive build like a minotaur's and fearsome superhuman strength. They may be low-level furniture, but the ability to summon an inexhaustible supply of them makes them extremely convenient. Alright. Alright, let's find out about this later. More riddle solving.
ってことは 最後のカノン君のところに一番最初のシャノンちゃんの
Yes,
100万の鍵
yeah.
があった
The big Ouroboros of keys.
密室が6つ呪術つなぎになってるってことなのか。
その通り。
Oh boy, this one is complicated.
6つの密室が数珠つなぎになっており、それぞれを解錠する鍵はそれぞれ隣り合う密室によって閉じ込められている。つまり6つの密室が1つの
One massive closed room.
その中に全てのマスターキーと固有鍵全てを閉じ込めてしまっているのだ。ちなみに6つの部屋の扉や
Normal doors and windows.
オートロックのような鍵を使用せず施錠できるような仕掛けは存在しない。
Yeah,
そうだよ。
nothing in Kinzo's study this time, so we can't use that one.
ですからお嬢様そのあたりに品がございます。
When Renove rebuked her, Beato stuck her tongue at him without showing any signs of shame. I love her.
悪い悪い。ついついバトラと遊んでると上機嫌になってしまうのでな。
I think it's fun when Beato has other characters like Renove she can bounce off of and isn't just torturing.
お前の指し手はどうなんだよ。特に思いつかないんなら、わらわがヤギたちに遺体を運ばせて、魔法にて全ての扉を封じるところを特別に見せてやってもいいんだぜ。
好きにしろ。お前の主張する魔法説として拝聴しとく。だが
I don't think he's capable of
俺は
doing
お前
anything
の主張と
respectfully.
は全く異なる人間説をお前の主張に一切干渉されることなく主張することができる。それはつまりお前のざれ言に耳を貸す必要は何もないってことさ。好きに魔法の杖でも振るって七色の魔法で扉を閉めるところでも実演してろってんだ。隣でそのうちガマの油と万能包丁の実演も始まるぜ。
All-purpose kitchen knives.
ワルギリア事件現場を再構築。
Virgilia, make a hologram.
穴を探すぜ。全員は間違いなく死亡してるのか。誰かが死んだふりしてんだな。こんなの密室でも何でもねえ。
南條は全員の死亡を確認。ただし護身術の否定は悪魔の証明により不可能。つまり
I like that also Battler has Virgilia here now to just be like his, I don't know, like his computer. That's like, okay, we're gonna make this argument and this argument. Let's get it out of the way now. Let's get to the new stuff. Like, we're gonna talk about the Devil's Proof.
来たな。悪魔の証明か。だがそいつをぶった切る剣は
Temple's Raven.
なんだよ、あいつわらわをのけ者にして。
You have to include me. Pay attention to me.
わらわは対戦者であるぞ。少し構えたよ。
She's jelly.
本来チェスを対戦するのにあたり相手とのコミュニケーションは不要です。お嬢様は指し手以外のコミュニケーションによって
Yeah, you're just mean to him all the time. Why should he talk to you?
それに惑わされないということはつまりこういうこと。
She looks so sad. She's so disappointed. She wants Battler to pay attention to her.
お嬢様はチェスを挑んでいるはずではないのですか。
でもそうだが。
Beatrice popped out her cheeks as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it.
警察未介入の現場につき、人間側からの検証は限界があります。厳密な死亡確認のため、復唱要求することを推奨します。
いやさ、ここで叩くぜ。復唱要求だ。
This is just an opening move, though. She'll definitely say that in red.
全員
In
死
red.
亡している。
お嬢様復唱要求が出ておりますよ。
She's giving him the cold shoulder.
おい、ぼんやりするな。復唱拒否か。ここからが戦闘開始だ。
Boing.
すま まぬすまぬ。いいぞ応じるぞ。金蔵源氏、シャノン、カノン、ゴーダ、熊沢の6人は死亡している。
何をぼんやりしてるんだか。よし、まずは一つ引き出したぞ。死んだふりって王道はまず否定されたな。
That's a good place to start, I guess. I like this song a lot too. This is one of my favorite songs, I think.
もはや手加減などせぬ。
It's kind of like Battler's objection theme.
次々斜め切りにしてくれるわ。
続けて副賞要求。6つの部屋には誰も隠れていない。俺たちが認識していない人物の存在を否定してみせろ。
Pursuit, yeah, Pursuit's probably more accurate than objection. He's in the cross-examination moment now.
6つの部屋には誰も隠れていない。
よし、これで6人だけの缶詰は確定だな。そ
In
し
the
て死んだ
can.
ふりもない。
どうするどうする。人間にはもはやどうしようもないであろうが。
Yeah, Dread of the Grave is the name of this song. It's really good.
おとなしく、わらわの素敵な魔法で鍵を自由自在にするところをひざまずいて拝見しろよ。
寝言言ってろ。さらに副賞要求だ。6人の死亡は即死である。
Instant deaths, huh?
そうし。ほう。どういう意味？
Can you elaborate? No, I won't. Virgilia will do it.
瀕死の状態で部屋まで逃げ延び、内側から施錠して密室を作った後、生きている可能性もある。
I mean, kind of the reverse happened, obviously. We obviously saw how they died, and none of them died in any of these places. They had to be dragged there posthumously.
密室殺人の拠点ですか。致命傷を与え、しばらく後に死ぬことを確実とした場合、
The trick is really going to come down to how did they get in those
犠牲
rooms?
者が殺人者から逃れるために部屋にこもり、施錠後に死亡したなら、予期せずして密室が構成されることはあり得ます。
その可能性を否定するには、
Yeah, I agree. These are like the most gameplay games because it's really encouraging you to try to get one step ahead of Battler and see if you can figure out these mysteries. The whole game encourages you to do that for like the Golden Epitaph, but this Golden Epitaph is so like I still feel like I don't have enough information. I need more backstory. I feel like the Golden Epitaph is really dependent on the backstory we're seeing with like Beato, where she's like, you know, where she's locked up on the island in the past. I feel like it's dependent on that sort of thing, and I still feel like I haven't seen enough to really start forming an idea about it. But these parts we can take a stab at. Okay, they died instantly. Yes, we know this. It's all stuff we know so far.
攻撃を受けて即座に行動不能になったという意味だ。まあ、完全な意味での死亡には数秒、もしくは数分をかけたかもしれない。だがいずれにせよ、自らの意思で何かの行動を取ることは完全に不可能である。その意味において即死と断言できる。
ここまでは古典の確認だ。
The classic tricks.
お前との密室対決はここからだぜ。
Yeah, like I said, those were opening moves.
犯人は内側にいないなら外にいる。そして外からどうにかして彼らを殺したんだ。
何を血迷うか。
Yeah, the only thing I've been told about solving the epitaph is that there is a point in the game, which is like way later, like way after the question arcs, obviously, where like Battler himself will say he knows the answer, and by then is when you should have been able to figure it out on your own. That's the only thing I've been told about that.
故に魔法殺人しかありえない。
いいや違うね。殺人は現に起こった。イコール密室ではないが正しいのさ。お前がどう煙に
They're lying to me? Oh, well, whatever then. What? I'll find out. Well, I'm not gonna speculate too much about the epitaph right now. Like I said, I just don't have enough information.
密室に見えるだけのまがいものだ。
しかしバトラさん、室内には犠牲者しかおらず、それ以外の人物は室内には存在しておりません。
Only the victims are inside the rooms, and no other people exist inside the rooms. So I guess here's what I think. We should stop. I need to stop looking at this from the perspective of I know how they died, because that's really what Beato wants us to believe, is that they were killed with magic, fire, and stakes. How can I come up with a theory that isn't that it also solves the closed room mystery? I think it still relies on them being killed beforehand and then being placed in the rooms.
そしてお嬢様の密室定義により外部からの遠隔殺人も
They weren't. I think what Battler is gonna say here is exactly what I'm thinking right now, which is that this isn't a closed room because they could have been killed and then placed in the rooms and then the doors locked somehow.
待ちな。
あ。
遠隔殺人の定義は広大だぜ。何も部屋の外から釣り糸を引っ張って
Yeah.
室内の犠牲者を絞め殺したとか、そんなのばかりじゃねえ。例えばトラップだって
A trap.
立派な遠隔殺人だ。
トラップ
Like there was some sort of explosive in the room,
ほう、それは何か。
just waiting to be stepped on.
一例だが、彼らにあらかじめ決められた部屋に入る。内側から施錠して自ら密室を作り出すように。
Well, why would they do that, Battler?
そして室内には彼らがそれとは知らないトラップが仕掛けられており、
I feel like he's tried to do this one before with the original second Twilight
それによって
with Hideyoshi and Eva. I feel like he's tried this one already.
どうだ、これなら矛盾は生じない。
問題ありません。現状と整合します。
当方も問題ありません。お嬢様の密室定義にも抵触しません。
なんだその間抜けな推理は。
I like how Virgilia and Renove are here now just to say, yeah, that satisfies the conditions.
そのトラップはどのような形状なのか、どこに隠してあってどう作動したというのか。
It feels like Battler isn't so totally groping around in the dark anymore with how the rules of these arguments work.
客間、客室、控え室、貴賓室、ボイラー室、礼拝堂の6つで説明してみせよ。どうだ？
どうだ？
反論拒否。それを説明する必要はね。
That's true. Battler doesn't have to do that.
にもかかわらず、俺の主張は揺るがない。
He doesn't have to, speak in red or whatever.
なんだと？
He just has to provide a theory that fits Beato's definition of a closed room, and Beato's the one who has to counter it. Literally, the burden of proof is on her.
ベアトリーチェ、悪魔の証明ですよ。そのトラップの形状を説明できないことがすなわちトラップ否定の理由にはなり得ない。
Yeah, he's turning your old witch words back on you.
強引ながら見事な。
Yeah, she asked him to elaborate on that, and he just said no.
こいつすっかり手
He's getting too... He's using his brain too much.
発見できていない殺人トラップ X によりこの密室殺人は成立可能だ。
赤き真実にてそのチェックを切る。6人はトラップで殺されてはいない。
She seemed a little bit nervous about using the red there.
トラップの定義は
Uh-oh.
あれだ。
See, this is how you might be able to get her, right? Because she's gonna use the red to say, well, there wasn't a trap, but what's the definition of the trap? Battler doesn't have to elaborate on his definition of a trap, but she does in this situation.
犠牲者が勝手に引っかかって発動するやつとか。
Right? She has to come up with it, and that leaves holes that Battler might be able to exploit.
それだけじゃない。リモコンで発動するとか、タイマーで発動するとか、そういうのもろもろ全部含めたやつだ。
She's getting a little flustered.
仕掛け人が直接関与することなしに殺人を遂行できるすべての
But luckily Renove is here to help clear that up
と
for
い
her.
う定義でよろしいかと思います。
He's here with the assist. No coaching, Renove. Yeah, exactly, Hatsune Marvin, exactly. That's why Battler asked her to say those things in red at the beginning. It limits the possibilities. Right, that's why he was like, tell me in red if you know there's any secret entrances or trap rooms or trap doors or like or any way anyone could enter the room, you know, stuff like that. That's why he tells her to say that stuff in red, because it might at first glance seem like it's making the murder more impossible to solve, but it's also limiting Beato's options.
切り返したぞ。人間にこの密室が破れてたまるか。
That when you whittle down the amount of solutions possible, eventually you'll arrive at one that can work.
お前も勝つために必死だな。
Nani?
どういう意味だ。
お前は自分の存在を俺に認めさせようと必死に戦ってる。今まで俺は一方的にお前にいじられてるだけだと思って。
Well, it wouldn't be a game if the rules weren't fair.
しかし実際は
She's just really good at having a confident face.
お前もまた俺の切り返しに必死に抗い自分の存在を示そうと戦っている。俺はよ今ようやく実感してるぜ。
This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not.
俺とお前の対等な戦いなんだ。
That's right. That's what the difficulty for this chapter said. They're on more even footing. It said that the difficulty level was equal.
6人は密室で死に、無害者は中に誰もいない。そして、
I wonder what it means that they're already on equal footing so soon in the
ト
story.
ラップもないと。
There's still 7 parts left.
これまでの俺だったら、こ
Or I guess more like
6
6 and a
し
half.
かありえねえだろうと思うだろうよ。このタイミングで、
Or wait, no, 6. Sorry, I can't count. Just 6. More like 5 and a
もう
half.
してただろうさ。
Because there's 8. When we're in 3.
これがお前の得意戦術だ。俺の指し手を全て迎撃しきる。俺が万策尽きたと膝をつく。心の防御力が弱るその瞬間に、これ見よがしにおかしな魔法を見せつけて、一気に勝負を持って。
昔から短気な
Megane mode? As you wish. Oh, not that one. Maybe that one later.
勝ちの目が
Actually, we'll go with this one. I'm thinking. I'm in thoughtful mode. I've got my hands steepled together.
お嬢様はお預けができない将軍ですから。
She's very eager, is Beato.
うるさいうるさいぞ。
Don't make fun of me!
バトラの手番であるぞ。そなたが進めたトラップの駒はわらわが赤にて切り捨てた。次は何を繰り出すのか。存分に来るがよい。
おトラップまで潰され。
Now that even traps had been defeated. That's a funny way of phrasing that.
だからこそここで
Spin it around. Spin that good old chessboard around.
来た。そなたの得意技よ。
His
何
thoughts.
をどうひっくり返せるというのか。見せてみろ。
ああ見せてやれ。いかにして密室の中の6人を外から殺すかを
Yeah, here it
考えるんじ
comes.
ゃない。
He's finally gonna say the thing I thought he would, which is that they were killed outside the rooms and moved inside them.
ああダメだダメだ。
Dame da. Zen dame da.
そうさ。どうやって外から殺すかじゃない。どうやって中で死んで密室にするかなんだ。そうさ。これが答えなのさ。犠牲者6人の中に犯人が含まれていたと考えれば、この密室は極めて容易に説明できる。
Maybe one of them did the murders.
何 カな。その6人は死んだとはっきり。
Sure, but not all at the same time.
死んだのは6人、犠牲者は殺された5人、もう1人は自殺だったと仮定すればこの密室は打ち破れる。
確かに。
I mean, I feel like Battler doesn't feel too bad about saying Kinzo is a murderer. I know he was reluctant to blame his own family before, but you know, Kinzo sucks.
犯人が最後の密室に自ら入って施錠し、自らの命を絶てば、この連鎖密室は成立します。
犯人の自殺、普通では考えられない一手ですが、考えられないから存在しないは存在しない。そしてその動機を立証する義務は彼にない。
That's true, yes, he also doesn't have to do
魔
that.
女とのチェスでしか使えない実に力強い一手。
まあ、動機がないとは言い切れません。
I think what Battler has realized is something very important, which that it felt bad to blame his own family member, but what's more important is denying Beato. If he loses that part, he gets a lot more opportunities to strike.
例えば、
Like, he's not condemning his family by positing that one of them could be responsible for the murder. You know? It could just be that this is just another technique he has to use, even if it feels bad for him.
残りわずかの生を惜しまず、自らの死をメッセージとしたという動機づけも不可能ではないかもしれません。お嬢様、こちらの手番ですね。
Oh, she's looking a little pressed. She's looking a little flustered.
死者の尊厳を踏みにじってまで犯人を生み出してくるとはな。こいつ血も涙もない男よ。
死者を犯人に仕立て上
You
げ、
gotta be a little heartless in this game of ours.
この非道な
You gotta be a little bit. You gotta be a
前回
little
の
bit
ゲームで
harsh.
お前がカノン君を陥れた一手だ。この手でお前に一矢報いることが、ゲームは異なるが
Poor Canon. He keeps dying. I hope he gets to survive one of these times.
今俺はあの時のカノン君の無念を晴らした。
ここで手を休める義理はありませんよ。全員の死因が自殺でないことを確認すべきです。副将の
Yeah, exactly. He can bully back a little bit.
ああ、だが自殺なんて甘い言い方じゃ追い詰められねえぜ。ベアト、こいつで詰めだ。副将要求6人は全員他殺
Repeat
で
it.
ある。
The 6 deaths were all homicides.
これは痛いです。
Ooh. Ooh.
ああ、どうしたよ。
That's right.
6人が
She
殺され
can't
たん
say
だ
they
ろ。
were all homicides if one of them committed suicide.
最も単純な
He just used a little bit of Hempel's ravening there. Instead of saying one of them committed suicide, he didn't ask her to say in red one of them committed suicide, which maybe could have had a hole in it to Pierce. He asked her to say if all 6 were homicides.
復唱できねえのか。
副将を
Got her ass. Got her ass.
理由は特にない。
ここでの副唱拒否はデザインと同じ意味だぜ。チェックメイト。
Ooh.
6人の中に犯人がいて密室構築後に自殺を図った以上だ。
待て。言う
Ooh, he got her pinned to a wall a little bit.
望み通り赤を行使するぞ。6人は誰も自殺していない。
Ah, that's not what he asked. That's not what he asked.
どうだ、これで満足か。
You didn't repeat it exactly. He didn't ask about suicide.
返した切り返した。
あんたに言えるじゃねえか。だがおかしいな。なんであんなに狼狽してるんだ。
気のせいよ。わらわも今回は必死でな。
We're in a big pressure cooker.
そうそう心にゆとりもないのだ。深く気にするでない。要求した副賞が改善されています。ごま
Thank you, Vergilia, for pointing it out. God, I really had faith in Battler for once that he would notice on his own, but you know, whatever.
ダメみたいですよ、お嬢様。
そうか。
God, I had faith in you for one moment. I'll never do that again. You're an idiot.
6人全員自殺にあらずと。
Yeah, Hempel's Raven.
言い換えた。ということは、他殺でも自殺でもない人間が混じっているということだ。ああ、わかったぜ。
What if it was an accident? I don't know.
これが真相だ。6人の中に潜む犯人 X は5人を殺害後密室を構築した。そしてそこから何かの方法で逃れるか隠れるかするつもりだったんだ。ところが事故った。
Yeah, there we go. Let's say they did a little funny. Maybe they slipped on a bar of soap. They got hit by the bar of soap from
望
dusk.
まない密室殺人を構築したんだ。これで決まりだぜ、ベアトリーチェ。チェックメイトだ。
その程度でわらわが追い詰められると
Then
思う
say it
か。
in red, you
この
whore.
程度でリザインを叫ぶものか。その愚かなチェックメイト、わらわの赤き宝刀にて何度でも叩き切ってくれようぞ。6人の中に事故死は。
Ah, that's not red. What are you doing, Renove?
失礼。当方、ここで殺人タイムを処方。
No coaching, Renove. This is grand finals. This is top 8. No coaching.
正当な欲求です。問題ない。
But we know admitting that would have ruined Beatrice at least.
おう、強化するぜ。俺も今まで散々
It's basically as good as the red truth.
今度はお前がそれを使う番だぜ。
ありがとうございます。さあ、お嬢様、こちら。そして、心の中で静かに数字を100数えましょう。
Renove quickly covered Beato's mouth with his hand as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. He pulled Beato away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference.
くそ、あの悪魔の執事め。ベアトが熱くなってる今が
Got all hot, did
絶
she?
好のチャンスだったんだが。
Beato normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited.
ロノウェイは冷静ですね。おそらくあの子に頭を冷やす時間を与えたのでしょう。あの子はあなたのチェックを外すことに意地になり、いくつかの大駒をやすやすと見捨てようとしていた。
That's right, yeah. Too literal with the red
第一
truth
の番
there.
など初戦は前哨戦。あの子は引き際を誤りかけた。
つまり、
That's right. There's many more fights to come. We've got like 8 more of those
俺のチェ
Twilights.
ックメイトは成立したのか。しな。
あの子は赤を宣言しかけていました。チェックメイトにはまだならないでしょう。しかしおそらく頭を冷やしたあの子はリザインを宣言するに違いありません。
まさかあの負けず嫌いがか。
ええ、負け戦は1秒でも早く兵を引き上げ、いかに損失を減らすかが肝
A
要です。
tactical retreat, is it?
難しいのはそれが負け戦であるかどうかを測ること。あの子の執事はそれを冷静に判断したようです。
やれやれ。つまり あと一息のところで逃げられたってわけだな。ビシッと。
でもこれはあなたの勝ちだと判断していい
It's
でしょう。
functionally a victory.
向こうはギリギリで大きな損失を踏みとどまったようですね。
Making your enemy retreat is functionally a victory, even if they can come back
それでもかなり
later.
のダメージを与えたに違いありません。その傷の深さはあの子の狼狽ぶりから十分理解できたはずですよ。
She did look quite
だな。
spooked.
これ以上いじめたら泣き
Now
出し
you're
ち
the
まい
one
そう
who
だぜ。
can make her cry. You've done a lot of crying, Battler. Maybe you can make it come full circle. What comes around goes around. As we talked, Renove returned with Beato, who wore a meek expression. She didn't yet have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore.
よ
Yo!
う、お前の手番だぜ。次の一手は決まったかよ。
デザインだ。この場はお前に勝ちを譲る。
Yeah, ass blasted. Beato told me that frankly. It seemed she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though saying, if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow.
ま、お前がリザインしたってのは、俺の説もお前の説も、互いが相手を否定できないイーブンって意味だからな。負けってよりは、引き分けって意味で。
If it makes you feel better.
気持ち悪い同情などいらない。この場はわらわの負けだと言う。そなたには雨に濡れた犬、さらに棒で叩くシーンがあるからな。
Be nice to me, is what she's saying.
お前と違ってな。
Yeah, a little bit hypocritical on Beato's part to say she would never kick somebody when they're down. Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned? I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide. Beato resigned. That's the one result of the first Twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the six was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason, she admitted defeat. It felt less like I'd won, and more like I'd let her slip away at the last second. I'm interested in seeing how this affects the next match. In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with pieces known as X, which require no detailed explanations. Thanks to the Devil's Proof, I could create as many strange fictions as I wanted and use them as fighters in our argument. Now, Beatrice, fight my fighting polygon team! But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things. So yeah, they're just saying, hey, listen, this is all theoretical bullshit. This wouldn't fly in, like, a real conversation. The first Twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. It certainly may have been possible for a human. Beato wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why, or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason I feel like I've been more satisfied if Beatrice had been able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. I managed to avoid specifics using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the senses that some eerie intent that must never be known was filling up this entire mansion. Uh-oh. Some new players entering the game, perhaps. What time is it now? 9 o'clock. 9 a.m. I assume a.m. at least. It'd be weird if we just jumped to night already. When being besieged, your true enemy isn't so much the fear of an unseen culprit, as it is keeping such fears alive for long periods of time. Maria got bored and started complaining that she wanted to watch TV. There was no TV in the lobby, so she decided to return to the cousin's room on the second floor. The adults probably wanted to make sure Maria wasn't left on her own. They told all the children to go to the second floor to the cousin's room. George, who was grief-stricken by the loss of his fiancée, led the cousins up to the second floor without any resistance. At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby, but when he noticed the relatives looking like they wanted to discuss something sinister, he said, "It seems I am in the way," and returned to his room on the second floor. Oh, I guess Nanjo just lives in the guest house. Like, that's where he stays when he's on the island. That makes sense. We do be kind of hungry, though. I'm guessing there's no food in the guest house.
無理もないわよ。
That's gonna be a problem.
私たちは夕べ寝てないんだから。
きっちり24時間をここで籠城することになるだろう。無理をせず交代で仮眠する方が賢明かもしれんね。
そうですね。私と主人がここにおりますので、辛い方は無理せずお休みになってください。相手はそれを期待してるかもしれないわよ。この人数では崩せなくても、いくらか減ったらその。
Are we gonna start talking about wolves and sheep again?
ここには7人いるわ。2人ずつ交代で3時間くらい休むとか。明日の朝は遠いわよ。今はまだ体力があるからいいけど、今夜は辛そうね。
せやな。眠いもんはおごるか。
Sleepy.
無理せんと休んでや。
Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to go to sleep right away. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness. Sleepyhead behavior, huh?
まあみんな無理はせんでな。
眠くなったらその時に考えるわ。確かに眠いけど、今はそういう気分じゃないの。
As Eva spoke sharply, she reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, which had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph, and she'd even provoked them by saying she'd give up her assets and the headship if they could solve it. Eva took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it. Oh boy, are we gonna get finally serious attempts at this? In the last 2 games, Beatrice was always like, solve the epitaph, and no one did it. Are we gonna actually try a little bit this time?
ええ。犯人の言いなりになるのは尺だけど、どうせ時間は腐るほどあるわ。退屈しのぎにはちょうどいいと思って。
悪くない時間潰しだ。
Let's let the adults try their hand at it. The only people who've tried even a little bit is that scene at the beach with Battler and the kids.
兄弟で仲良く挑戦してみようじゃないか。
借りてもいいかしら。もう少し大きく書き直すわ。夏日さん、もう少し大きな紙はないですか？
Let's get out the big, the big sheets of paper that people use in presentations. They draw on them with marker and stuff.
使用人室に紙くらいあるでしょ。取ってきます。
Natsuhi immediately brought a blank of B4 sheet of paper from the servant room. Kyrie borrowed Eva's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it out on the table. Then everyone quickly peered down at it. They automatically formed a crowd.
話には聞いとったが、こら難儀な謎やな。
Yeah, it's one of those riddles that's not even formatted like a typical riddle.
何を言っとるの
It's
か
not like,
さっぱりや。
it doesn't rhyme or anything. Maybe it rhymes in Japanese, I don't know.
私も一時頑張って挑戦したんだけれど、同じくさっぱりだったわ。
分かってたらのこのこと金策には来ねえさ。何しろ10トンの。
That is a lot of gold.
真面目に読むのは初めてなんだけど、大雑把に言って3部分に分かれてるのかしら。
昨夜から思っているが、キリエさんはだいぶ頭が切れるよ。
You think pretty good.
ひょっとすると私らでは解けなかった謎をいとも簡単に解いてしまうかもしれんね。
ああ、キリエは鋭いぜ。変な先入観を与えない方が面白い捉え方をできるかもしれないな。
そうね。キリエさん、率直にこの碑文を読んだ感想を聞かせてくれないかしら。多分皆さんのお役には立てない。
I don't know, Kyrie is like the smartest person here.
みんな
She's
買い
a
かぶりすぎ
pretty
よ。
good, smart cookie.
いやいや、
She's the one who told Battler about the dumb chessboard thing.
お前の話を聞かせてくれ。俺が悩んだ時はいつだってお前のヒントが助けてくれた。
あら、役に立ってたのね。 今更だけど嬉しいわ。
よせやい。いつも感謝して
You
る
need
ぜ
to compliment me more.
仲がいいのね。羨ましいわ。
ぜひ私たちにもヒントを授けてほしいわ。いいのよ。どうせ時間つぶしなんだからリラックスして。
Kyrie was disturbed at being praised so highly for something so strange, but they had all the time in the world. Realizing that this was just a way to waste time, she decided to accept the role she'd been given. Kyrie, I bestow upon you the title of Riddle Master.
じゃあ私の考えで進めてみるわ
I'm
ね。
sure these will all be right.
最初に言った大雑把に言って3部分に分かれるとは
Oh, I think I know what that means. Like, there's the part about the hometown, and then like the next part would be all the Twilights. Then the final part is like, you know, when everybody's revived in the Golden Land.
そのままの
Yeah, when she bestows the treasures.
君は
Right? They're all
大体
structured. Those three
二つ
parts
に
are
分けること
structured
ができると
differently.
思うの。まず最初のそこに黄金の鍵が眠る
Yeah.
までの5行。ここまでが鍵のありかを示した最初の部分。そして第10の番までの11行が黄金鏡そのものの場所を示した部分。そして残りの6行は
Yeah, this was something I noticed was that it was structured this way. By right-clicking, okay. I already knew that, but I guess we should do it now. Oh, see, now it is divided into those parts. Interesting.
鍵と黄金鏡。そして
The Golden
黄金
Land.
鏡の宝の話の3つに区分けできますね。
The keys, the treasure, the
我々だって
yeah.
把握しているさ。鍵と扉、そして宝を示す3つの区分だ。
兄さん余計な口を挟まないで。
Shut up, Kraus.
キリンさんに自由な発想で発言してもらうのよ。
キリエ続けてくれ。俺たちもそれについては同じ認識だ。それで
最初に出てくる懐かしき故郷。
Yeah, I know. I think clearly that's not literal. Like, I don't think it's referring to Kinzo's actual place of birth.
懐かしきとわざわざ断るところ。
This much I have gathered. I said I wouldn't talk about the epitaph too much, but I figure I might as well now that all the characters are talking about it.
お父さんは小田原の出身だったかしら。
生まれは確かに小田原だけど、お父様が懐かしむ故郷は多分小田原のことじゃないわ。それについては多分兄弟たちは全員同じ場所で認識してるわね。
そうね。多分小田原じゃないわね。聞いた話ではとても楽しい少年時代だったそうよ。
親父の人生で最大の不幸は多分
I don't know. He got really rich. I don't think he minds.
おそらくな。親父殿は後ろ宮家の当主になど本当はなりたくなかったのだ。
それはどこなのかしら。そしてそこに鮎の泳ぐ川は。
当時はあったんじゃないかしら。今はだいぶ開発が進んだでしょうから、鮎はいなくなってるかもしれない。お父様が少年時代の当時に鮎がいたと言われると非常に。
川も一本ではないだろう。地理的な意味では我々もそれぞれにかなり調べたつもりだ。
Yeah, I don't think it's referring to any real geographic
現地まで直
points.
接調べに行ったんじゃないかね。
あくまでも旅行としてよ。でも街並みは当時と完全に変わってる。何しろ戦争を挟んでるのよ。
Ah, yes, that war. I wonder which one they could be talking about.
お父様がどこに住んでいたのかさえ 正確な場所の把握は不可能よ。多分お父様が自ら現地へ足を運んでも今となってはどこに住んでいたか特定できないでしょうね。
あちらさんも随分目覚ましく復興したって。
Oh my god. Are they talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
鮎の川と言われてはっきりとした地名は出ないの？
そりゃな、何しろ鮎だぜ。水がきれいな川に住むってんだから、それこそ心当たりの川は無数だったろうさ。親父が無邪気に鮎釣りをした小川もその後の開発で埋められたりもしたが、戦前の地図もしくは戦前の現地に詳しい人でもいりゃ話は別だが。
Yeah, bad
そういう
news.
話ではないわ。
Bad news about them.
どういうことだね。
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川、黄金鏡を目指す者よ。
But yeah, this is clearly not literal. Like, there's no real river where if you follow it, you'll find a key.
ここまでの2行で一度開業してるのよね。この2行だけで何かの提示が
Yeah,
成立するの。
there's an intent between the separation here.
その何かに基づいて次の3行が続くんじゃないかしら。
何かの提示ってなんやろな。
わからないわ。とにかくその2行だけでどの川かわからないとか、そんなあやふやじゃなくて、はっきりとこの川という特定ができるのよ。ひょっとすると水の流れる川ではないかもしれない。鮎の川は何かの比喩
Yeah,
かもしれない。
that is what I'm thinking.
鮎という言葉にはどんなイメージがあるのかしら。
Sweet fish.
鮎は鮭みたいなもんや。
Yeah, they're freshwater fish, right?
淡水魚だが
Yeah.
生まれてすぐは海に出るんや。そして大きくなると川に戻ってきて生活し、そこに産卵して生涯を終えるんや。
So someplace you leave and then return to die. Maybe he might be referring to Rokunjima itself.
まあ一度は家を出るが大きくなって戻ってきて卵を産む。
Right? Lay eggs in a place, right? New family grows up there. Rokunjima, the mansion itself.
一族繁栄的なイメージがあるかもしれんな。
へえ。
I've long been of the theory that the gold is probably on the island itself. So that lines up for me.
淡水魚なのに海水でも生きられるのかよ。
Right? And what's outside Rokunjima? The ocean.
知らなかったぜ。
Right? They go the offspring all go out into the ocean, or in this case, off of Rokunjima. Then they all return,
川魚だから
right?
海には出られないと思ってたぜ。
鮎は香りが良いことから香魚とも呼ばれるとか。私は食べたことがありませんが。
I'm sure Kumasawa would have known all about
とても美
that.
味しいそうですよ。
Actually, are mackerel freshwater fish? I think they are.
なんやなずきさん、鮎の塩焼き食ったことあらへんのか。うまいで。
Mighty.
今度ごちそうしたるわ。
庶民の料理だ。君の口にはふさわしくない。
これは私の妄想なんだけど、実は私鮎の皮のイメ
Yeah,
ージから
that sort of thing too. I think it's certainly metaphorical for something related to the family.
鮎は一度海へ出るけどまた生まれた川に帰ってきて産卵するんでしょ。まるで私のことみたいだなって思う。
Now you're just projecting.
そうね。今だから白状するけど、私もあなたとマリアちゃんのことを指してるんじゃないかって疑ったことがあるわ。
なるほど。川を下ればやがて里あり。家系図を下ってくと見つかる里はマリアの名に含まれる里の字だけだ。
Oh, really? Only her name has that character which reads Ria or Sato, right? The Ri and Maria. The character father used for village here. Oh, interesting. So is Sato like village then?
でしょ。でも みんなも知っての
He doesn't like anyone, to be fair. We all remember that list of
ほとん
criticisms.
ど言葉を交わしたこともない。それにお父様はかつてマリアに全然違う名前をつけるように言っていたの。
Huh.
それを私が勝手にマリアにした。お父様はそれをとても怒っていたわ。
Wonder what name he suggested
そ
before.
の経緯を考えると、財産や家督を引き継ごうという大切な碑文にマリアの名を引用するとはとても思えなくて。
マリアちゃんに碑文を読ませたことは？
God, she's read it so many times.
ええ、もちろんあるわ。でもさっぱりみたいだった。魔女の復活の儀式みたいな相変わらずのオカルト話ばかりでさっぱりだったわ。
親父殿とマリアの接点、確かに両者にオカルト趣味があるが全く交流はなかった。私もマリアのことを指しているとは思えない。
I don't think it's referring to any specific family member either, even if they're doing the kanji thing.
懐かしきとわざわざ冒頭につけているのが、
Yeah,
私は気
the
になる。
beloved hometown. I can't imagine Kenzo loves anything other than his family home,
さっきみんなが言っていたよ
Rokunjima.
うに、お父さんにとって後ろ宮家の当主となることが不本意だったとしたなら、それを懐かしんだりするかしら。それは後ろ宮本家を指す小田原ではないと思うの。私にはこの懐かしきという冒頭の一語がお父様にとってとても大切な思い出深い場所を示しているに違いないと信じているんだけれど。
まあいいさ。
I mean, there's the chapel, there's the secret mansion where he kept
当
Beato.
時の地図もさっぱりだから特定は困難だが、とにかく親父の少年時代の故郷に鮎が泳げる川は何本かあったろうさ。
水の流れる川ならね。それから続けてよ、キリエさん。
川を下ればやがて里ありからの産業はちょっとよくわからないわ。
So you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Lands.
これは多分鮎の川の2行に連結してる。
I'm really thrown off by the two. Who do the two
鮎の
refer
川の正体
to?
が分かれば多分自然と意味がつながるものなのよ。それがわからない限りこの産業を先に解こうとしても無駄でしょうね。
鮎の川の正体がわからねえとお手上げか。しかも文字通り河川を指した保証もねえ
Yeah,
と
this is
か。
definitely not literal.
たく鮎ってのは何なんだ。親父の好物か、それとも何か特別な意味があるのか。
It's a real thinker, alright.
深読みしても仕方ねえのか。
ミクロとマクロの2つの視点を持たないと視野が狭まるわね。深く考えすぎないで。坂下るもの、登るもの、そのくらいの抽象的なイメージにしておいた方が発想が柔軟になっていいかもしれないわ。
そして鮎の川の答えが続く産業を経て黄金鏡の鍵にたどり着く。
こうして考えると3つの区分というのは間違いかしら。正確には4つの区分ね。
4 parts.
鮎の川を下り黄金鏡の鍵を見つけ黄金鏡へ旅立つ。そして黄金鏡の宝。
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think maybe that's overcomplicating it.
実に面白い。
I'm trying not to just follow whatever Kyrie says, because there's every guarantee she could be totally wrong about this.
続けて碑文の最も中心的な部分である
I think maybe this is like the hint to get you started type of thing.
黄金鏡
You haven't. I don't think we've really needed to think at all about the epitaph the last 2 episodes. This might be like the sign that's like you should start thinking about this a little bit.
この碑文の中で最も象徴的で、そして物騒な部分ね。
生贄なんて単語が連発するからついついお父様のオカルト儀式と関係があるんじゃないかと思ってしまうけど。 キリエさんならどう見るかしら。
Kyrie recrossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it as though she was looking through it. It's definitely the
これは
sacrifices.
とても難しいわね。鍵を手にせし者はから始まるということは多分鍵を理解していないと話が進まない。
It's interesting because it says the one who obtains the key must follow these rules, you know, and then it lists the Twilights. Beatrice has been making the Twilights happen, you know, the sixth and the two who are close, etc., etc. But does she actually have the key to the Golden Land? She keeps saying she can take everybody there. And it makes me wonder, if this is a ceremony to revive Beatrice, how has she been able to appear beforehand, even physically, to other characters like in episode 2?
お手上げではあるけれど、一応挑戦してみるわね。
アユの
Many
川は
questions.
水の流れる川とは限らないように、その鍵もまた本当に鍵の形状をしたもの
I
なのか
also think this. It's all metaphorical. Yeah, IMO.
そうね。暗号とかキーワードの可能性もあるわ。だってこの鍵は鍵穴に刺すものじゃない。第一の番に6人の生贄を選ぶためにあるんだもの。その意味においてはこの鍵は黄金鏡の扉を開くものじゃないと言い切れるわね。
しかし物騒な鍵です。6人もの生贄を選ぶ鍵なんて。
鍵がどうやって選ぶんや。ルーレットみたいにくるくる回す。
Roulette. I mean, that might be closer than you think, considering how Kenzo keeps talking about a roulette.
この鍵がある特定の6人を指し示す。いいえ、ある特定の6つを指し示すというべきね。もしこれが文字通りに生贄を捧げろという意味でないならば、例えばアナグラムかもしれない。
Anagram.
アナグラム、文字遊びのことかね。
ええ、さっきローザさんが家系図の話でマリアちゃんの名前に里が含まれてという話をしていた時からずっと考えてるの。例えばルドルフさんは懐かしき故郷という単語からずっと地形的座標的なものを想定しているようだけど、そうじゃないかもしれない。これはある種の謎々、あるいは文字遊びかもしれないって。
ごめんなさい。文字遊びとは何ですか？
カモメカモメ
Sucker Mary Barrels.
みたいなやつさ。歯を抜いたら何みたいね。夏日さんは育ちがいいから知らねえ。
Suck my balls. Mary?
歯を抜くと？
よしなさい。
Don't bully Natsuhi.
君にはふさわしくない品のない遊びだ。
Oh, come on, I wanted to hear her say it. Only Natsuhi didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. It seemed she'd only guessed that the answer had to be something undignified, going by Rudolph and Eva's Snickers.
夏日姉さん、
Oh, please. Oh, yes, you say it, Rosa.
マリアの謎々ブックにあったんですけどね、タヌキの手紙っていうのがあるんです。タの文字がいっぱい混じった暗号みたいな手紙があるんだけど、タの文字を抜くとそこに正しい文章が浮かび上がる、そんな遊びがあるんですよ。
Say it, say it, say it.
なる。
Natsuhi finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment. I was hoping she would say it out loud.
案外殺すというのに転じるかもね。ええ。
This is actually an interesting... This is actually an interesting idea to posit.
私もそれを思ったと。
Like, maybe all these murders are just a trick to confuse you about the true meaning of the
黄
epitaph.
金鏡の鍵とはひょっとすると6文字の単語かもしれない。
つまりタヌキの手紙の「タ」が6文字あるっちゅうわけか。 これは
That I might be able to buy.
文字遊びか。日本では子供の遊びという印象が強いが、特に
A stylish form of humor.
知識人のこ
And we all know how much Kinzo loved English stuff.
親父殿が関心を示すことは十分に考えられる。
ただここで急にわからなくなるの。ここまでの流れは謎に満ちていながらも非常に順番的だった。鮎の川、それを下れ、そ
That's
して
true.
鍵を見つけろと非常に順番的。そしてその結果6文字の鍵を手に入れたと仮定するんだけど、そうすると何から6文字を殺すのかわからなくなるの。
そういやそうだな。6文字を何から引くんだ。その提示がないな。
Yeah, if we think about it like it's certain characters, that kind of makes sense because it's like you remove 6 and then it's like those who remain do something else to the remaining to like 2 other characters. And then but then it kind of falls apart when you get to praise my noble name.
第2の番に残されし者はとある。ということは少なくともその何かは有限の文字数なのよ。そこから6文字を抜いて残った文字で話を進めろと読み解けるわ。なのに最初に提示があるべき何かがわからないの。やっぱり文字遊びという過程が間違っているのかしら。
I feel like it might be something like that. There's been a lot of like things about like specific uses of kanji and stuff. Everyone crossed their arms and fell silent. It felt like they were about to reach a novel understanding that they hadn't managed to before, but they stumbled just one step short. And then Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. The silence was broken up by laughter.
すまんすまん。珍しく普段使わん頭を回したもんですっかり
He's used up all his gas. Thinking is hard for Hideyoshi.
やはり朝食抜きは答えるわなあ。
夏日、ここには何かないのかね。
軽食の備え程度があったは
Ah, so maybe there is stuff
ずです。用
here.
意しますね。
俺も腹ペコだ。上のガキどもも腹ペコだろうよ。しかし18人分も、そして3食もここに備蓄があるのかはちょいと疑問だね。
そうやな。明日まで長丁場や。
They're all hungry.
一度屋敷に戻って厨房で缶詰の類でも漁った方がええかもしれんな。
クラッカーとおつまみくらいしかありませんが、それでよければ準備できます。でもこの人数ではお昼の分も残らないかも。
今はそれでいい。すまんが準備してくれんかね。
It looked like the men had been taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the epitaph investigation team split up for the time being. But Eva kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on like she was going to burn a hole through it.
文字遊びはあくまでも私の仮説。それが間違ってる可能性もあるわ。エヴァさん、あまり根詰めないで。
ありがとう。私の勝手でやってるの。放っておいてくれないかしら。
This is hard, because if I want to get into the messing with letter stuff, I gotta know kanji. Eva spoke coldly. Kiria didn't bother her anymore and instead went to help Natsuhi prepare breakfast.
姉さん、私たちも朝食の準備手伝った方がよくない？
じゃああんたが手伝いなさいよ。私はこれを解くので忙しいの。
Leave me alone. Don't talk to
ごめ
me.
んなさい。じゃあ私手伝ってくるわね。
まったく。なんであなたはそんななの？
Stop trying to guilt trip me.
この碑文を解いた人間が後ろ宮家の家督を譲られるのよ。あなたは関係ないと初めから諦めているようだけど、もしも解ければローザにだって家督を引き継げるチャンスがある。あの兄さんから全てを奪うチャンスなのよ。
どうしてその千載一遇のチャンスをあなたは真剣になって挑めないの？
それは
Rosa hung her head, unsure as to how she should answer. Too late, she regretted carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood.
あんたも何か気づいたことがあるんなら言いなさいよ。私やキリエさんは真剣に推理してたのに、あんたは相槌ばっかりだ
No
ったじゃない。
thoughts in Rosa's head.
ほら、何か気づいた点はないの？ほら。
これ不思議よね。
Which part? Tell me.
何が？
黄金鏡っていう単語よ。何度も出てくるわよね。黄金鏡って単語。
それが何よ。黄金鏡を文字分解すると何かキーワードにでもなるの？
そうじゃなくて、ほら、この第10の番だけおかしいでしょ。
On the 12th, on the 10th twilight at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time.
みんな黄金鏡なのに、なぜかここだけ黄金の里なの。
Might that be referring to the repetitious nature of this game?
わざわざ「の」が一文字混じるのよね。どうしてここだけ言い方が違うのか。別に意味なんてないわよね。お父様のことだもの。
Yeah, he is crazy.
ちょっとした言葉のあやでたまたま言い方を変えただけかもしれないしね。
Like, once you reach the real 10th... what's going on? Once you reach the real 10th twilight, right? The game won't repeat anymore?
おや、何がつまらないのですか？
つまらんつまらん。
はてさて、この子が何をぼやいているのかさっぱりですよ。
おそらくマダムがバトラ様にいろいろと入れ知恵をしたのが
All the coaching makes the game boring.
別にそんなの不満ではないぞ。不甲斐ないバトラがようやくわらわに釣り合うレベルになったので、むしろ満足してるくらいだぞ。
少しバトラ君と仲良くしすぎましたか。若い子同士に任せて老人は退散した方がいいのかしら。
Get her ass. When Virgilia and Renove giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit.
揃いも揃ってわらを笑い物にしよって。ロノウェ、しばし姿を消せ。
Leave me alone.
消えろ消えろ。
かしこまりました。それではしばしのお暇をいただきます。
Wow. Renove bowed his head, still laughing, and vanished. After that, all that remained was the grumpy and irritated figure of Beatrice, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea.
この島に19人以上いないと言ったあの赤がむしろあなたを追い詰めました。
やっぱりな。やっぱ早かったかな。
A bit too early.
彼をもっと迷走させてからならともかく、全くにもって無駄な切り札でしたよ。むしろ彼を奮起させてしま
I
いま
know,
した。
you kicked him in the wrong way. It made him get stronger instead of weaker. In addition to denying the witch, Battler had possessed a second victory condition, one of explaining everything without suspecting one of the 18. It was at that point, when he had been tossed about by two opposing goals, that his heart should have been at its weakest. However, Beatrice had used the red carelessly, proclaiming that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18, and he had finally begun to build up the resolve he needed to accept that. Battler was stubborn, but that was exactly why fissures would run all through him like breaking china when he was stuck in a fragile spot. That itself should have been his greatest weak point, but... Yeah, you just removed the one thing you could really use to bully him around was that, like, he has to suspect someone, but he doesn't want it to be his family. But now he's over that.
前回圧勝だったんでちょいと油断が過ぎたかな。
ええ、油断が過ぎましたね。前回はバトラ君にとって
Got too big
難易
for
度
your
の高いゲーム
britches,
でした
Beato.
がどうやら今回はあなたにと
ほ
って難易度の高いゲームになりそうですよ。
割れた壺は決して元に戻ることはない。未練がましくかけらを拾うより他の手を考えた方が建設的というもの。しかしすっかり知恵をつけたバトラにどう仕掛ければよいというのか。
炉の上のクッキーよりあなたが困っている
I'm glad
方が
Virgilia is
お茶
enjoying
菓子に
herself.
ぴったりですよ。
バトラもお師匠様もどの上までもわらわを茶化扱いだ。
Hey, all is fair in love and war.
わらわは決して甘くはないというのに。
With a shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler, Beatrice rolled her head around on top of the table.
お師匠様、せめてヒントを。
おや、何のヒントですか？
バトラをキャフンと言わせてわらわを認めたくなるようなうまい
You sound so desperate all of a sudden.
ズバリ教えろとは言わないから、せめてヒントだけでも。
ダメですよ。私は今
Yeah, you're on.
バトラ君の
He's
味方
on.
をしています
She's
か
on
ら
his team.
あなたに利することは教えられません。
そんな固いこと言わずにさ。
Please.
弟子が困ってるというのに。
師匠を超えたと
What is that face? That's a good
豪語してい
face.
た気がしますが。
年寄りらしく老快な知恵を一発授けてくれよ。頼むよ。バトラにばっかりずるいってよ。
It's mean. Stop being mean to me.
もう相変わらずのだだっこですね。でも確かにちょっとバトラ君にヒントを与えすぎたかも
Battler's
しれ
had
ま
it
せ
too
ん
good for too long.
あなたのお給にはなったけどフェアなゲームとしては少し肩入れをしすぎたかもしれない。
そうであろう、そうであろう。頼むよ、お師匠様。せめて今後のヒントだけでも。
Her voice is like totally different when she's talking with Virgilia. It's cute.
意味は自分で考えるのですよ。
自分で考えるからさ、頼むよ。バトラをケチョンケチョンにできるやつを頼むよ、お師匠様。
Considering how she acted like a great and mighty witch in front of Battler, the way she acted when he wasn't around was truly pathetic. Virgilia sighed at how childish Beato still was, despite all the time that had passed.
ではヒントだけ。イソップ寓話の北風と
I actually don't know this one. It's not. I only know the rabbit and the hare. That's the only one that's important to me.
もちろん
The tortoise and the hare. Sorry. Why did I say rabbit?
旅人のマントを奪うために
Rabbit brain.
北風と太陽が勝負する話であろう。
そうです。乱暴かつ請求な方法が常に最善の選択肢とは限らないということです。
言われなくても分かっておるわ。わらわが勝ちを焦りすぎたことはすでに反省しておる。
Sure you have.
意味はよく考えることですよ。それからバトラ君も少々誤解があったようですが、あなたにも誤解があるようです。
One second. pardon the wait. I received a minor interruption, but it's alright. We're back now, and I see that somebody redeemed turning off the glasses, so be it. We're back. Battler's misunderstanding something, but he isn't the only one. Interesting.
理解していますか？バトラーを屈服させることの他に何がある？ほら、その時点でもう間違っています。
She's the one who made the win conditions, isn't she?
ワラワが何を間違えたというの？あなたの勝利はバトラ君を屈服させることではありませんよ。バトラ君にあなたという存在を認めることではありません。
An important distinction, because Battler surrendered in the second game, but that didn't make him fully believe.
バトラにゴマを吸ってわらわを魔女と認めてください、お願いしますと頼み込めというのか。愚かな。そこまでわらわは落ちぶれてはおらぬ。
Beato growled like a dog in a bad mood. Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple, who was as short-tempered as ever.
ヒントは出しました。
Interesting.
あとはあなたがよく考えることですよ。いずれにせよ、バトラ君にこれまでの手は通用しません。相当の戦略転換が必要になる。
Interesting. I don't know about buttering him up, but it's certainly true all this aggression isn't exactly working on Battler to make him, to sway him into believing in her. If anything, if it's true for most people, if you're aggressive towards them when you want them to believe something, it really just makes them double down on their current beliefs. We'll see about that one.
それは楽しみですね。バトラ君はそれにどう挑むのかしら。あなたの健闘も祈っていますよ。バトラのついでに。では。
Wow.
もう投げ出してくる。
Oh, hi. Hi, baby Eva. I forgot about you.
そんなに眠いならお布団かぶって眠っちゃえば？
As my mind grew vague and I pretended to fight my drowsiness while sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa, I scolded myself.
あんなにもクラウスから当主の座を奪ってやりたいって夢見てきたんでしょ？
I almost forgot about this thing.
そのチャンスを私の魔法が与えたのに、あなたはもう放り投げちゃうの？
そうは言うけれど、この謎は本当に難解。
It is really hard. In her defense.
知恵の輪の方がまだマシだわ。解けるってことが絶対に約束されているもの。でもこの碑文の謎は、それすらも約束されているかわからない。私は挑むだけ無駄な勝負を挑んでるのかもしれない。
Still hazy, I looked at the notebook I'd been holding the whole time. It was open to a page with the epitaph, which I must have stared at hard enough to burn holes in it on so many hundreds of nights I'd lost count. That page is truly a door. On the other side lies the Golden Land, the place I've wanted to drag myself to no matter the effort ever since I was a child, and the place I was never able to reach. Am I touching the door with both hands? With the book? No, the door, right there in front of me, ready to be opened, and yet still unable to reach the other side?
そうよ。あなたは扉に手をかけている。さあ、それを力いっぱい。
Well, she needs the key. If we're following this metaphor through to its end, she's missing the key.
その扉に書かれた文字を読むのよ。
力いっぱい開く。扉に書かれた文字を 読む。
The characters written on the door. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Strain your eyes. See through to the thing beyond the epitaph written in the notebook.
懐かしき故郷は私たちの
The
想像を
beloved
きっと
hometown,
裏切ら
huh?
ないわ。お父様が唯一懐かしむ過去は少年時代だけだもの。
そうね。なら鮎の川は、それが泳ぐ川は複数あるし、お父様が住んでいた場所のすぐ近くにあったかは怪しい。鮎の生息するどの川が地図上距離的に近い？
If I solved this now, you would unironically think I was a genius. There's... it's tricky. And it doesn't help the fact that all of these characters are, like, theorizing about it, but anything they say can be necessarily trusted as, like, even arriving near the truth.
なんて話になると、急に曖昧になって特定ができなくなる。
自分で言ったじゃない。水の流れる川かどうかわからないって。鮎という言葉がそんなにもややこしいなら忘れてしまえば。
Like a
川で考えるの。
path, maybe? Or time? If we're really getting metaphorical.
川で家系図という連想は悪くないわ。
Maybe time, the river of time.
その要領で川から連想するものを他にも考えてみて。
川じゃなくて？川じゃなかったら鮎は泳げないのに？ああ。でも鮎が泳げるってことは。
I'm definitely thinking it has something to do with Rokanjima itself.
川魚だけど海に出るってうちの人も言ってたし。海まで。
To the ocean.
いえ、でも
This song is kind of banging.
気づいた。
Maybe it's... I definitely think it's Rokanjima itself, right? The family leaves Rokanjima, goes out into the quote-unquote ocean, returns to lay more eggs. I think it's something like that.
でもうろ覚えなの。
Unless there's like literally a river on Rokanjima that leads out to the ocean.
ここには書庫があったはず。調べれば確認できるわ。
それが鮎の川なら。そして。
Wait, hang on. I'm thinking. Books? Hmm.
鍵が本当にその川に眠ってるというの。
I don't know. Anyway, I have to search an atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters.
本当にわからないの？よく考えて。私たちは下手に頭がいいから発想。
The problem with this is I don't know if they mean characters because of the whole translation aspect. I don't know if they mean when they say 6 characters, they mean a Japanese word with 6 characters. And like, does it have the same amount of letters if it was translated to English? That's the tough one. That's the part that's hard.
気分の謎なんて大層に考えないで。子供の謎だと思って。男なんていくつになったって。
Men are always children no matter how old they get. That's a good one.
お父様が老境に差し掛かったとしても、心の中の本質的な部分は子供と何も変わらない。お父様への畏怖を捨てるの。マリアが船の中で突然出してくるようなくだらなくて。
Maybe I can come at a correct conclusion even if I don't know. Like I can think about it more. I don't know. Think about it more, finding the meaning of that 6 character word.
謎くだらない低俗な。
I'm sure, if my memory isn't wrong, that it's probably the case, no, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure that out immediately by searching the library.
私たちは多分もう答えに気づいてるわ。あとはそれが正しいか調べるだけよ。
So maybe there is a river on Rokanjima itself, because that leads out to the ocean, right? Obviously a river on an island would.
誰にも気づかれないように書庫へ。
Or maybe it's referring to the trail Rosa found that led to Beato's little hidden mansion.
あそこにはお父様の書斎から溢れ出した硬い本が山積みよ。きっと私たちの疑問に答えてくれる本が見つかるわ。急いで。これが生涯で最初で最後の私たちの夢の叶うチャンス。
Goodbye! When Natsuki tried to lay a blanket over her, Ava suddenly jumped up.
ごめんなさい、起こしてしまいましたね。
エヴァ、眠いなら無理をしなくていいぞ。お前から休んでさ。
Look at that face. She is filled with determination.
ちょっとお化粧室に行って顔を洗ってくるわね。
無理をせんと休んだ方がいいで。また体に触るで。
本当に大丈夫だってば。すぐ戻るわね。
After leaving only... I think I'm gonna theorize more if it tells us what's in this book she wants to find. Because I doubt it'll be the whole answer. After leaving only those words behind, I rapidly left the lobby. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. The library was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection, but ever since he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, that collection grew even larger. So that the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out as his study overflowed. This so-called library was mostly used as a storage room for those normal books. They were all thick, like complete encyclopedias for intellectuals, but that was very convenient for me, now that I was investigating something. The gun! I entered softly. This is one of your favorite moments in Umineko? I'm definitely intrigued by it. We're getting deeper into the epitaph stuff, which I've been kind of turning over in my mind ever since it was revealed. It's a tough one. It's a real thinker. I entered softly, and just in case, I checked the room with my gun ready, making sure that there were no suspicious people there. Then I locked it from the inside. Uh-oh. What? Whoa, don't set yourself up for any locked room mysteries, Eva. I actually wasn't thinking that the murderer might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. My heart had started racing before I realized it. I was half asleep just a moment ago, so I didn't realize how significant this thing I noticed was. But as I gradually became aware, my heart started to feel like it was about to explode.
これ、他の兄弟たちは誰も気づいてないのかしら。
クラウスとルドルフは気づかないと思う。
They're too stupid.
でもキリエはわからない。
Kyrie, on the other hand, she's a smart lady.
おかしな勘が鋭いわ。あとはローザも。
Rose is a wild card.
ローザもグドンよ。昔から呆れるくらいに。
She's a dumb bitch.
そう？あなたにグドンと思い込ませて不必要な恨みを買わない。
That seems very on point.
あった。これになら載ってるかしら。
I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages.
これ、あゆの皮。
なるほど。あゆの皮とはそういう意味なのね。
Oh, they're not gonna tell me.
もたもたしないでさらに。
They're gonna get interrupted.
分かってる。川を下ればやがて里は里って町や村って意味。
Okay, that's the Ri character, right? That people thought was like the Ri and Ma Ri Ah.
人口密集地だもの。そんなのいくらでもあるわよ。
どうして思考を停止するの？
Keep thinking.
嫌ならやめちゃえば？後ろ宮家の当主はキリエに譲って。
Maybe it's like a village for sweet fish. Like where sweet fish gather.
嫌よ。
Or where anything gathers.
私が当主になるの。これがその
An area with high population.
里って何？里ってどういう意味？この川を下ると里なんてあるの？
その里にて。
Look for the shore the two will tell you of. mean, sure. What is this character? Can anybody tell me what this character is? That might be helpful. Like, how to say it? I feel like that isn't, like, a spoiler. You don't know. I know. I figure. Sure. Right before my eyes, the pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really? Okay, it's not 6 characters. So whatever shore is. Key to the Golden Lands. I think sticking with my assumption that it's something on Rokunjima is important. Like, there's no way the gold isn't on Rokunjima. The only keyhole. Wow, okay. Oh, we're going. All right. 10 a.m. Actually, maybe I can just Google this. What's the kanji for sure? How do I say this? Waterside. This kanji. Sho. So it can be read Sho, Nagisa, or Migiwa. Maybe. Well, Nagisa and Migiwa have... Well, no, it'd be 6 characters, not 6 syllables. Oh, that's tough. Is this the one? I don't know if people just know, but that one. That's what I've got here for sure. It's a tough one. Gasp! My heart leapt. Because there, gaping wide, was an opened mouth in the eerie darkness. Some sort of cave? When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close written on it. Oh my god, where the fuck are we? Okay. So she's found the key to the Golden Land, which is quote-unquote where the gold is kept. Okay. When I resolutely pushed the switch, rough lights, like you'd find in a coal mine, turned on sporadically. Okay, so the river leads to a cave, maybe? Making a staircase that stretched underground come hazily into view. Eerily enough, it looked even more gloomy with the lights turned on. Near the light switch was that open and close switch. It would probably open or close this, but if the open part happened to be broken, I might be shut away in this creepy underground area for all eternity. Yeah, of course she's still on the island. That's what I've been long saying, that this, the Golden Land, the place where the gold is hidden, is on the island. It has to be. Like, there's no way the gold isn't on the island. That wouldn't make any sense. This story cannot move off of the island. So for the time being, I didn't touch that switch. Party favors, thanks for the sub. Welcome. I appreciate it. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. The ceiling was very high, so it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards, and that creepiness seemed to form a sort of aura. As I readied my gun and carefully stared forwards, I descended the stairs. The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It was easy to suspect that this had been built back when the mansion had been constructed on this island. There were cracks in the ceiling and water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. That water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness. As though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase kept turning back on itself. I don't know how far down I've gone, but I think it's much deeper than one floor. What is this Resident Evil, like, hidden lab area? Eventually, a rough metal door showed itself. And there, characters had been written in dark red paint. Oh, is this the character, the 6? They had probably been written a long time ago. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more as soon as I recognized those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Land. I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure, and readied my gun again. But since in the end I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun, carefully hid my breathing, and opened the door. What is this? My first impression when I saw the room was that it might be linked to one of the rooms in the mansion. That's right, it had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the sealed VIP room on the second floor. But this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But even though it was dimly lit by the faint light, the quality of the interior was more than enough to take your breath away. A bed with a canopy and a rocking chair that looked like it would be comfortable to sit in. An extravagant sofa and carpet. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it felt more like the hidden house of a witch. I wonder if this is under the hidden mansion. I'd never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, after being shown this room, it certainly became hard to doubt that she actually had existed, and had lived in this room. Even though I was completely shocked by this room, I carefully, no timidly, searched the interior with my gun raised. And, at the back of the room, I found it. Gold! My gasp came out strangely, like a bunny being choked. Hey now. Hey now. After all, after finding something like this, no one would be able to stop that kind of stupid voice from leaking out. This is a good song. On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Happiness of Marionette Omake is the song? It's pretty good. Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. A beautiful starlit satin weave was laid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. It was as though, when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully, it was attentively piled there with an imposing air. When I tried to grab a single gold ingot, I was surprised at its weight. It was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this ingot would probably be worth more than 10 million. Good lord. The Ushuramiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was lightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it had worn away or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place. But it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle. I keep saying one-winged angel. One-winged eagle. Eagle! Just how many ingots were piled up there? By doing a quick count there, and they're judging by the height, there had to be a few hundred at least. My mind's already gone blank, so I can't do the math well. Even a moderate guess would put it above several billion yen. But does this mean Eva solved the epitaph? Does this mean the game is won? I mean, of course, this means this game is won, not the how do I say it? This is the game within the game? What Beato and Battler are arguing about is like the real game, almost. So obviously this isn't the end of the story. In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed out from my entire body. I had no intention of laughing in a weird way, but I couldn't hold back the happy feeling that was flowing through me. My older brother probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold. But from now on, there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find it. And in fact, even Battler and Beatrice is like a game within a game, because really the real game is for me, the player, to solve the epitaph, which I haven't been able to do yet. It just kind of cut here to Eva solving it. I'm still not really sure about a lot of things. Like where this location is on the island. The Sweet Fish River that leads to it, allegedly. I'm not mad. I'm intrigued. I'm interested. I'm into it. I'm not mad. To steal away the headship of the family, some more subtle bargaining would probably still be required, but after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the Ushuramiya family headship, I already have 20 billion yen worth of gold. Well, I'm glad she's having fun. How stupid of me to ever think money was bad. Well, that's obviously wrong. Well, it's nice that she thinks about Hideyoshi a little bit, I guess. Yeah, she's having a great time. But only after I've helped them lose it. It happened! My wish was granted! That dream I have wished for ever since I was born into this world as Ushiromiya Eva has been granted completely at this very moment! My husband and I will be happy for all eternity, and I can also give my only son, George, eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My oldest brother has chewed the Ushiromiya family to bits, but George and I will revive it. And that means I truly have succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship.
成し遂げたわ。やったわ。あなた、ジョージ。私は、母さんは、ついに成し遂げたわよ。もうこれで誰にも脅かされない。
Well, let's not get too hasty. Oh, she's still going. Sorry. All right. Let's bring it down a notch. That's right. After this, never again will we be smothered by sad nights.
おめでとう、私。おめでとう、後ろにやれば。私たちの悲しい半生は、今ここに、すべての念願が叶って消化されたわ。
あなたのおかげよ。あなたの魔法があったからこのチャンスに恵まれた。このチャンスがあったから私はここにたどり着くことができた。
ありがとう。でも私の魔法は、私たちが互いに信じ合わなくちゃ叶えることができなかった。
This baby Eva feels very suspicious to me. I mean, obviously, right?
私の魔法の力だけじゃない。私たちの勝利よ。だからこそ、おめでとう。
おめでとう。
私たち。
ありがとう。私ありがとう。後ろ見合えば。今日までくじけなくてよかった。悲しみに溺れ、あがくことを忘れなくてよかった。いいえ、これは私の魔法。私たちの魔法。あなたの魔法は本物だったわ。森の魔女ベアトリーチェなんてすでに幻想。
My magic, though, that's the sickest shit.
あなたこそが本当の魔法が使える本当の魔女。そうよ。あなたこそが今や黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェなのよ。
Don't say that. Don't say that. You'll turn out to be right. Eva decided to leave for the time being. When she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave this secret place. Uh-oh. She saw a creepy, swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away. Resident Evil. For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other, and eventually they each realized who the other was. Rosa figured it out, huh?
姉さん、こんなところで何をしているの？
お互い様よ。
Oh, are they gonna blow each other away? Are they the two who are
あなたこ
close?
そこんなところへ何のご用？
姉さんにヒントをあげるんじゃなかったの？
Rosa figured it out too?
そうだったなら、ここにたどり着いたのはきっと私が一番だった。残念よ。
Yeah, Rosa, it's like Babby Eva said. Rosa's playing a little and acting too dumb. She's too dumb to be true. It seemed that Rosa knew where this staircase went, and what was waiting ahead of her.
言うわね。私より遅くたどり着いたくせに。
鮎の皮に悩みすぎたわ。鮎なんて大した意味ないじゃない。
そんなことないわよ。立派なヒントだったじゃない。まあ確かにアユである必要はなかったかも。でもアユが海に出る魚だ
God,
と
it's
聞い
gotta do some.
私はそれで気づいたの。
It's gotta be something to do with like some. I guess it is literally a geographical location on Rokenjima.
この奥には何が？
自分の目で確かめたらあなたの想像をきっと裏切らないわ。
怯えないで姉さん。私はもともと当主が誰になるかなんて興味ない。後ろ宮の席だって興味ないしね。本音を言うと自分が当主になるんだってずっと言われて
Now I'm thinking more about the epitaph again. I want to figure it out.
姉さんがその座を奪うな
本気で言ってるの？
ら。もちろんよ。私は後ろ宮兄弟のはぐれ者。仮に私が当主跡継ぎだとお父様に指名されたとしても、それを兄さんたちが認めてくれるわけもない。そこまで甘い夢は見てないつもりよ。私にも見せてよ。姉さんの勝利の証を。私は兄弟で取り決めした正当な
There's
取り分
there's
さえ
two
もらえれば
people here alone.
むしろ姉さんがこのゲームの正当な勝利者だと積極的に認めるつもりよ。
私を撃っちゃえばこの黄金はローザの独り占めになっちゃうわね。
それは同じよ。姉さんが私を撃てば、こ
Hmm.
の黄金は姉さんの独り占め。
It's tricky. It's really tricky. Meanwhile, these two MILFs are gonna blow each other's heads off. For a tense moment, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in each other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Eva removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way.
そうね。
I know we haven't lost any MILFs so far. Usually we at least lose a couple in the first round of murders. I'm impressed by the restraint shown this time to not just kill off every MILF right away.
相手を撃って黄金を独り占めにしようという提案はお互いにとって魅力的ね。でも台風で隔絶したこの島から突然
Yeah, that wouldn't work out, really, would it?
絶対に大騒ぎになる。ここに死体を隠せば簡単には見つからないだろうけど、それも絶対ではない。
何百億円の黄金があろうとも殺人の罪を犯すリスク。
Well, some people might disagree.
むしろそれを出しにされてクラウス兄さんたちに絞り取られるのがオチね。
You could just kill him too, but you know.
同感よ。ここに現れたのが兄さんやルドルフであるくらいなら、あんたであったことは
That's true. Kraus would not hesitate.
私は兄弟であんたを一番信用してるもの。
ありがとう。私も姉さんのこと兄弟で一番信用してるわよ。私も黄金が見たいわ。
見る？私ももう一度見たい。
Let's all just go down into this deep dark cave. It'll be just the two of us,
こ
and
の
it'll
目で
go
見た
great.
にもかかわらず、まだ現実感が湧かない。あなたと一緒に見て、確かに存在することをもう一度確かめ
It'll be great. We'll be totally safe. Nothing bad will happen to the two of us, specifically two people who are close in a moment.
霧になって黄金が消えてしまいそうな気がするわ。
Eva started descending the staircase once more. However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Even though, at a glance, it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. Then they reached that room of the witch once more. Rosa also gasped, stunned, speechless by the vast amounts of gold. And scene. I'm sure they'll be perfectly fine as we cut away from them. Oh, never mind, they are fine. Okay. Rosa and Eva walked absent-mindedly through the rose garden. They had left the guest house secretly, so they had to be careful when they returned. It was time to snap out of it and keep their guards up.
おめでとう姉さん。
I'm sure they'll be fine in this rose garden totally out in the open.
ありがとう。
姉さんが決めたのよね。後宮家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに5割ってここで聞いてくるとはね。
I don't think anybody's crying over having 10 billion less yen out of 20 billion.
今やそれはクラウス兄さんのことではない。だから姉さんの取り分が5割とその4分の1で125億。すごい取り分じゃない。
That's more than enough to live forever.
私は25億で満足よ。ルドルフ兄さんだって文句を言わないわ。文句を言うのはクラウス兄さんだけでしょうね。
そうね。何しろ六軒島の実質的管理者は兄さんだもの。そしてその敷地内に黄金があった以上。
Yeah, okay, yeah, obviously we know the gold is on the island. They didn't leave the
第
island.
一発見者が私でも、うまくことを運ばないとややこしいことになりそうよ。
ならないわよ。そこまでをも想定して私たちは昨べ散々議論を尽くしたんじゃない。
果たしてそううまくいくかしら。
I wonder.
私は
Looks at the rest of the
しっか
episode
り
still to
興奮を
go.
収めてるわよ。ここからの調整の方がむしろ問題ね。
それは新しき後宮家当主の問題ね。姉さんが楽しむべき問題よ。私には関係ないわ。
Not my problem.
言うわね。
第二発見者として姉さんに協力するから、どうか例の前払い分、私の1億5000万だけは3月までにお願い。
いいわ。私に協力するなら、それくらい気前よく払うわ。
It's all gonna be great. We got a lot of money. Everything's fine. The epitaph is solved. That means it's all over.
とりあえずは兄さんたちを驚かせましょう。実際の場所は伏せるにしても、早くクラウス兄さんの驚く顔が見たいわ。
ちょっと待ってよ、ローザ。
Uh-oh.
それをみんなに伝えるのはまだ待って。
どうして？
バカね。決まってるでしょ。
Oh yeah, they could just totally murder us while we're isolated on this
相
island.
手はあの尊大なクラウス兄さんにずる賢いルドルフなのよ。やがては発表するにしても今はまだ早いわ。どうやって話を進めるか慎重に検討してからじゃないと、せっかく見つけた黄金を全て兄さんにかすめ取られることもあり得るわよ。
Eva thought she was saying something extremely natural. So when she saw Rose's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised.
何か不満なの？
Alright, let's put the gun away, Rosa.
クラウス兄さんたちの性分はあんただってよく知っているでしょうが。
姉さん、それはルール違反よ。
何の話よ。
私たちは誰が黄金を見つけても
Did we say that? When did we say
ル
that?
ールになっていたはずよ。
When did we say that?
それを渋ればルールの根底が崩れて、後で何かの火種になるかもしれないわ。クラウス兄さんが狡猾であるならばあるほどに、そのルール違反は後でこじれるわ。
バカ言わないで。ここは兄さんの島なのよ。そしてさっきの黄金はキャッシュじゃない。10トンもの莫大な換金物の山なのよ。運び出して現金化するには相当の手間をかけるわ。そしてそれはこの島を実効支配している兄さんにあらゆる面で有利に働くわ。そんなこともわからないのあんたは。
そういう腹の探り合い、私は好きじゃないの。
This is going bad quickly.
私は自分の取り分の25億をはっきり確定させたいだけ。もちろん姉さんが私に現金25億を今すぐ渡してくれるなら、あとは姉さんがどう交渉しようと勝手よ。でも 私の取り分が手元に入るまでは、私は兄弟のルールを遵守するわ。
何を甘いことを。あんた、兄さんのずる賢さを何も分かってない。
It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that sense, Rosa more or less understood why Eva was being so cautious. But in her heart, she couldn't clear away her suspicion that Eva wanted to keep all of the gold to herself. Because she knew that Eva was at least as crafty as her other siblings. In other words, Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Eva had to keep the gold all to herself. Quickly informing the siblings of the gold's discovery,
ローザ、悪いけど、今だけは
this
私の
is
言
gonna
うことを
go
聞き
bad
なさい。
really fast. I can tell.
言うことを聞かないと1億5000万は用意できないってこと？
そういう言い方をしているつもりはないわ。
But yes.
でも、あなたが本当にそのお金を必要としているなら、私に協力した方が現実的よ。兄さんたちに話せば、その当然の取り分すらもなくなってしまうかもしれない。それは嫌でしょ。
For a while, a severe expression that she'd never shown to her sister before rose to Rosa's face. There wasn't even a trace of her restraint as a younger sister. There was just the ruthlessness, no, the seriousness of a single human arguing about a vast sum of wealth. Eva made light of it, chuckling.
やれやれ、物騒な殺人事件が起こったばかりで。
That's true, there's a murderer
その
about.
の中にいるかもしれないってのね。こんなところで立ち話なんて、私たちもつくづく不用心ね。
I'm sure nothing bad will happen at any moment.
この島で殺人事件なんてもともと起こってない。
What?
あら、やっぱりそう思うの
6人の死亡状況ではっきり説明がつくわ。あの6人の密室は外部犯行では絶対に作れない。南條先生は全員死んでるって言ったけど、あれこれはすべてお父様が
Oh
仕組んだ
boy.
手の込んだ
We're
お
on
芝居
this, are we?
使用人たちはみんな死んだふりをしているだけよ。もともと殺人なんか起こってない。殺人犯なんかうろついてるわけがないのよ。
へえ、あんたがそれに気づくとは意外ね。割と怯えてるように見えたから、そこまでは気づいてないと思う。
This is gonna be tough for Battler because if more people die, it blows away his theory that, like, the last person in the 6 sacrifices died of an accident, because then it's like, well, okay, now who's murdering more people? If the previous murderer is also dead, is he gonna say, well, there's a new murderer or what?
おかげさまで鍛えられたから。
That's right. Come to think of it, now that the servants are dead, almost everyone on this island is a member of the Ushiromiya family. As for Nanjo, he proclaimed the deaths of the servants, but when the relatives began to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he disappeared off to the second floor as if he didn't want to get in the way.
すべて私たちに非分に挑戦してもらおうというお芝居よ。だからこそ姉さんが勝利者であるという宣言が必要なのに。あの焼死体が本当のお父様のわけがない。足の指の数が同じ死体をどこかで調達してわざわざ悪趣味に焼いてみせたのよ。きっとどこかに隠れて私たちがどう振る舞うかを観
It's all a
察してるわ。
prank, you're on camera.
姉さんが黄金鏡に至ったこともきっとすでに知るところよ。だからこそ早く姉さんが勝利者であると宣言すべき。きっとお父様がどこからともなく現れて手を叩きながら姉さんこそが後継ぎだと宣言してくれるわ。
I doubt it.
まあでも私は姉さんから1億5000万を無心しなくてはならない以上何も逆らうことなんかできないわね。
私の言うことを聞いて、兄さんたちには黙っているということね。そこをはっきりさせなさい、ローザ。
私は話したいわ。ルールを定めたのはつい昨べよ。それを保護にすべきではないわ。
We shouldn't break the rules. We should never deceive our siblings. Oh no.
もちろん、 必ず兄弟の前で発表はするわ。でもその前によく状況を確認したいのよ。10トンの黄金の運び出し、そして換金、公平な分配、それを兄さんに出し抜かれずに行える裏付けが取れるまでしばらく考える時間が欲しい。それまで発表を待ちたいというだけの話よ。決して独り占めしたくて内緒にするわけじゃないわ。
やがてはきっとみんなに発表する。
Eventually.
もちろんよ。私だって早く兄さんの鼻を明かしてやりたいもの。
姉さんの言う考える時間というのはどの程度のものなの？
そんなの考えてみなくちゃわからないわ。
一晩あればそれは十分。
Oh boy, one night.
一晩ってそんなの約束できないわよ。
That's a very specific amount of time for this game.
次期当主の姉さんに敬意を表して一晩は姉さんに協力するわ。今年の親族会議は台風が通り過ぎて船が迎えに来る明日の朝まで。そうね。
When the seagulls cry,
お開きになる。
we said it again.
そこまで私も黙ってることにする。それ以上の考える時間が必要だというのならその時に改めて相談しましょう。私は最大限汲み取って
To the best of my ability. Feels like she's saying it very backhandedly.
あんた食えないわね。びっくりよ。それだけのたくましさがあったなんて。
Learned it from you,
女が
sis.
子を持つと強くなるって本当ね。マリアを産んで私はそれを強く自覚したわ。
わかったわ。とりあえずはあんたの協力に感謝するわ。明日の話は明日すればいいことよ。
ええ、そうね。姉さんが黄金を独り占めにするなんて考えない。
Hmm.
公平な当主跡継ぎだと信じてるわ。
もちろんでしょ。ちゃんと黄金は兄弟で
I'm really still
山分けす
thinking
るの
about this epitaph. It's really bugging me now that characters are allowed to solve it before me.
嫌よ。
No, no sharing.
私たちが秘文の謎を解いたんだから。
No sharing.
だからこの黄金は全て私のものだってば。誰にも譲らないわ。私が後ろ宮家の当主なのよ。私が
The witch inside Eva claimed exclusive possession in a loud voice. Of course, that didn't reach even close to Rosa's ears, and it probably didn't reach Eva's either. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There she is. I knew it would happen. Wait, what is it? What is this loophole? The babby Eva inside of Eva's is the real winner, so we can kill the other Eva, it's fine. What even?
その格好まさか。
Where are we? Is this Eva's mind palace? Maybe Beatrice was happy that Eva had called her by her own name. She cackled cheerfully. In concert with that laugh, gold butterflies crept up as though a storm of gold dust was spinning around the room. And the room shone the color of gold.
いかにもわらわが黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェである。そう怯えることはないぞ。わらわはそなたの偉業をたたえておる。本当に素晴らしい。あの秘文の謎を見事解いてみせたと。わらわを感嘆させるに値する。あの手紙の差出人はあなた？
Yes, of course.
なら私はすべての黄金と後ろ宮家の家督を引き継げるのよね。あなたはそうあの手紙に記したわ。そして私はその挑戦に打ち勝った。 わらわはそれを認めようぞ。今やこの積み上げられた黄金のすべて、後ろ宮家のすべてをどうしようも。
Again, at their epitaph, it feels like if you figure out the sweet fish thing, you can skip right. You can skip past right from the first Twilight all the way to the end, because like they didn't bother with the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth.
何しろ今この瞬間より、そなたはもう。
That's like a sticking point for me. Why didn't they bother with the other Twilights in the poem? Like, is it just not as important? That feels strange.
本当に本当よね本当よね。
興奮するでな。わらわはそなたを率直に褒めておる。その証。そなたにこれを授ける。
What is she granting her? Beatrice took a ring off of her own finger and held it out to Eva. She fearfully accepted it and realized that it was a ring. Oh, this is the headship ring, right?
金蔵より返還された。
Yeah.
後ろ宮家当主の証である黄金の指輪。今よりそれはそなたの。それを指にはめ、兄弟たちの前で高々と掲げるがよい。そなたが今や後ろ宮家の家督を継いだことに誰も疑いを挟めぬであろうぜ。
Eva stared closely at the ring. It certainly wasn't a fake. Without a doubt, it was the real thing. She dreamed of receiving this ring someday, focused on this day over and over again, and it was now finally a certainty. This ring had now designated her as the head, and had been handed over to her. And, timidly, she put it on the middle finger of her left hand. Uh-oh, something's happening. In that instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she'd never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes were opened. That ring was on her own finger. Not in a dream, but in reality.
それほどまでに指に通すことを夢見ていたそなたのもとへ行くことができたのだよ。
指輪お父様の指輪。
Yubi.
そのようにして自らの指に通すどれほどの世に夢見てきたの。その思いの強さをそなたの魔法に通じ、それを実現させたの。そなたは今や立派な魔女を名乗る資格があろう。あなたは
何者なの？本当にベアトリーチェなの
Howdy.
我こそは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
The Void.
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師。金蔵との契約に従い、そなたに今こそ全てを。
This feels like a bad thing.
金蔵に託した全ての黄金、そしてそれにより築き上げた全ての財産、そして後ろ宮家の家督と名誉、そして
Yeah, you're just getting possessed. Sorry, Eva.
そなたに引き継ぐ。
It's a trick. It's all a trap. Winning this means nothing.
魔女の称号。
わらわの全ての魔力を無限の魔女にして黄金の魔女の称号。
This is just, you're just getting possessed. My body now.
先代に従い、称号とともにわらわの名ベアトリーチェをそなたに譲る。
Or something like that.
今こそそなたが名乗るがよかろう。
Eva gulped. The chandelier light, which had seemed dim, now felt too bright.
我が名においてこれより黄金の魔女の継承を執り行おうぞ。
Oh, there it goes. Is the picture gonna change? The instant Beatrice made that proclamation, everything was buried by a golden sparkle, and changed into a majestic place that looked like an audience hall. In the audience hall, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions and brethren, as well as countless gold butterflies celebrating this first succession ceremony in 1,000 years. When she looked, she saw Beatrice in the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff, reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Eva automatically kneeled, hanging her head. A goat attendant respectfully handed Beatrice a golden staff in the shape of the one-winged eagle. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Eva's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming. I can't hear you over the music.
そなたに無限の魔法のすべて、無限と黄金の両魔女の称号を引き継ぐ。そなたはこれベアトリーチェを名乗るがよかろう。さあ、面を上げよ。そして立ちてこの杖を受け取る。
I wonder if Beatrice is gonna get a new name like Virgilia did? Eva stood up dizzily and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hand. Her hand was trembling slightly. As soon as she grasped that staff, she was wrapped up in the brilliant sparkle of gold. Yeah, no, it's really creepy. I'm like, oh, I don't like what's going on here. This is not a good thing, actually, for anyone, including Eva, I think. As though gold butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. In the instant she succeeded, the Golden Witch, Eva felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. To describe it in a word, it was energy. Energy with a gold color. It felt like she was waking up, as though she had been half asleep ever since she had been born and was opening her eyes for the first time. It felt as though her true eyes inside her eyes were opened for the first time in her life. Give us eyes on the inside with which to see. Well, that's something. It's a nice outfit, I guess. You like this pachinko sprite? Oh, let's take a look. Oh, we should... Eva Beatrice solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and was welcome as the new Endless Witch. She was gifted with an aptitude for magic and is expected to grow into an extraordinary great witch. This genius of a witch often overindulged in her own power during her younger days. Such are the trials only geniuses may endure, and if she proves successful, her name will surely be engraved in the history of Endless Witches. Will she be able to overcome the trials that forced her predecessor to surrender? She do be looking pretty scrunkly like this. Eva, no, the new Beatrice turned around timidly. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast audience hall, honored her with an applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea. Yeah, there we go. There it goes. New painting, alright. Everybody loves a new painting update. New PFP. I've changed personalities. That's when you find like a new kin. And it like changes your personality entirely. Virgilia, what are you doing here? Stop teasing me. Virgilia's voice actress is Ino in Guilty Gear. I did not know that, but that's pretty great. I can kind of hear it now, actually.
新しきベアトリーチェ様、私はロノウェと申します。黄金の魔女様にお使いを許されている。
So did they have to like remake the contract with Nove, or does he just like, or is he passed down too?
これよりすでに遅く控えております。何か不自由がございましたらいつでも。
ありがとう。
ロノウェは口は悪いが頼れる男。魔女としての新しき日々への戸惑いはその男に相談すれば晴れるであろう。
そして先代ベアトリーチェ様、ようやくこうしてお会いできたのに、これ以上のお使いを許されず、とても残念です。この1000年間、とても楽しく過ごさせていただき
It was funny.
深く感謝いたします。
そなたの怪物はなかった。新しき魔女の世話、どうかよろしく頼む。
はい。先代ベアトリーチェ
I don't know why
様の
Beatrice
最後の
is
ご命令
so quiet sometimes compared to everybody else.
しかと聞き届けました。
Oh, hi, Lambda Delta.
あんたの魔女継承の推薦人にサインしてあげたんだ
Oh, this was your doing?
つまり私がサインしなかったらあんたは魔女になれなかったってわけだから少しは感謝なさいよね
I didn't know, wasn't sure when you would show up. I knew it would be eventually.
絶対の魔女ラムダデルタ卿。そなたの無限の魔女継承には元老院の魔女の推薦が必要なの。
I am the Senate.
ラムダデルタ卿はそなたを推薦する後見人となってください。
ちょっとベア子この子感謝が足りないわやっぱ推薦やめる
Oh, hi, Burn Castle.
子供の使いじゃないでしょう。サインしたならきっちり責任取りなさい。
Everybody's here.
ラムダデルタ卿は絶対の魔女である。絶対の魔女。運命を強固にする絶対の運命を唱える。そなたの今日までの努力とても気に入り高く評価してくだされた。
まあ不遇の少女時代と報われない努力にねちょっとだけ登場して
Oh, really? Tell us more about your childhood, Lambda
別に
Delta.
かわいそうだからとか思ったわけじゃないわようぬぼれないでよねつーんだ
Soon.
私から見ればあなたの継承はまあ奇跡というよりは偶然ね。私が推薦するには値しない。
There are many. There's so much going on right now. I'm just still thinking about the epitaph in the background. It's running in the back of my head like a Bitcoin miner. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Some good sake. Oh, here's the stakes.
ぜひ私たちにもご挨拶させてください。
The Seven Sisters. Okay.
どうもはじめまして
The seven sisters of purgatory were gathered in a line. The eldest sister, Lucifer, took a step forward and kneeled.
こやつらはわらわに使いし神継承祝いにそなたに使わせそなたには黄金の魔女を継承した後自らの復活の儀式を執り行ってもらわねばならないその儀式に煉獄の七姉妹たちは欠かせぬ役割を
I knew it. I knew it. She's the one who's gonna have to kill everybody else now. It's not over just because she solved the epitaph.
役には立
They're a bunch of whores.
つ手足とするがよい
常にベアトリーチェ様のおそばに何事もお命じください。
Is this the game or outside the game? That's a great question. I get the feeling it's inside?
必ずや
Because the last time we had something like this, it was the end of episode 2. Even after that, many nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulations for the new witch. As she responded to them confusedly, she felt as though she were growing lightheaded due to the lack of oxygen. She couldn't tell if this was something real or unreal, but there was just one thing she could understand. A feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was a truth she could definitely understand. That's a great question, Battler. A fantastic question.
もちろん鵜呑みにするつもりはねえが、一体どういう意味なんだ。エヴァおばさんが新しいベアトリーチェに魔女になっちまったっていうのか。そんなバカな。
I was wondering if you would interject.
まさかあの碑文を解く者が現れるとはな。しかしそういうルールだ。わらわはそれにのっとる。黄金の魔女の座と我が名を引き継がねばならぬ。
Is that why the ending also says the Golden Witch will sleep forever, like as in the previous one?
驚かれるには値しますまい。お嬢様は
And the new one just takes over and continues where she left off.
手紙に記されて公示されております。エヴァ様がそれを最初に成し遂げた。それだけのことでございます。
ワルギリア、いるか。
Hey, what's up?
おりますとも。
この茶番が意味するところは何だ。おかしな魔女たちが次々と現れる描写はあいつのざれ言だとしても、これじゃまるでエヴァおばさんが魔女になっちまったみたいじゃない
Almost.
か。
More like exactly like.
落ち着いて黄金の魔女という称号が継承され、あるいは以後自称するだけに過ぎません。この継承式はそれをあの子の解釈で演出したものに過ぎない。
Yeah, we can roll with that.
同じ手に何度もかからないで。
Yeah, okay, so it's like, you could say it's like the big fight earlier just fine, where it's like, whatever, just a big flashy show to make me think witches are real.
この盛大な式典は全てまやかしだ。
When you give something an air of like ceremony and structure and process, it's more tempting to believe it's real. Like, oh, there's a succession, and we gotta get the Senate to sign on this. You need a letter of recommendation from Lambda Delta.
だがエヴァおばさんが碑文の謎を解いたことまでは事実。
It's also weird that it's like, it's not Eva herself, it's like her inner child?
そして10トンの黄金を得たということは、エヴァおばさんが黄金の魔女を自称してもいいということなのか。くそ、相変わらずややこしいことをしやがって。
やれ無粋なる人間には式典の総合さを介することもできぬが、まあ空気を読めぬのが人間という。
That's a great point, Beatrice.
そなたを哀れには思うが責めはせぬぞ。
くそ、かわいそうな人を見るような目で見やがって。だがとりあえず確認をする必要はある。それは
Yeah, what the fuck is going on with that? This is also something I am asking.
新しいベアトリーチェとかいうやつの定義についてだ。あれは何なんだ。
わらわがそれを語ろうと、どうせそなたは魔法は信じぬ魔女は信じぬの一点張りである。
Yeah, it's really funny. That is very funny, Sweet Creamy. That like, it took Virgilia telling him that you can think of it as all just like a show put on to make you think it's real, right? Because it's all theoreticals. We're in like a theoretical space where you can just make shit up and kind of make it happen through will. And of course, he should just be thinking Beatrice is lying about everything all the time. Even the things she does, like physically.
だからわらわから説明することは特にない。そなたが思う通りに信じればよい。
俺が思う通りだと。じゃあどう解釈すりゃいいんだ。
後ろ宮エヴァの内面的別存在の資格か。
Yeah, I got that much.
もちろん鵜呑みにはできませんが、今はそう理解するのが妥当でしょう。
つまりエヴァおばさんの彼女、同じ人物だと理解する。
Battler, you're looking at her character development.
くそ、なんだか気持ち悪い展開になったぜ。
そういうわけで、これよりベアトリーチェはわらわの名ではないぞ。後ろ宮エヴァに引き継いだからな。というわけで、わらわは名なしだ。バトラー、何かわらわに
Give me a new name, Battler.
ないものか。
Vergilia sounds
推薦を
cool.
受けるぞ。何か上品で気品あふれて、できればちょっぴりキュートな名前は
She wants his attention so much. It's so cute.
お前なんかベアトのまんまで十分だぜ。ベアトとベアトリーチェで十分区別つくだろ。
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly, Sweet Creamy. That's kind of how I've been trying to think of it, where how do I put this? It's like it's a thought experiment. It's a visualized thought experiment. Right? Like I said, this whole Rokenjima story and everything it contains is really just the set dressing for this thought experiment over whether you can prove magic is real by arguing about it theoretically.
ベアトのままか。違和感はないのになぜだろう。
You need more imagination, Battler.
紅茶の温度と女心はいつの時代
I feel like you can gauge the temperature of black tea pretty easily. You just need like a thermometer.
バトラ君、とにかく以後は冷静に。
Yeah, shit's gonna keep getting weirder. You just gotta keep your cool, man.
現在の彼女は後ろ宮エヴァと判別がつくだけ私たちに状況は有利です。この子がベアトリーチェだった時に比べれば。
Does it?
だからこそかえって気に入らねえんだよな。何を考えてるんだベアトのやつね。
Over there, the witches formed a long line to bless Aunt Eva, who had the figure of her younger days and who now possessed the name Beatrice. It was like a witch's coronation. The countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, directing this fantastical gold-sparkling space. They were all praising her. Oh. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay. Ignore any sounds you just heard. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the newly born Beatrice, who had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been lost and confused at first, seemed to be full of the happiness that she was finally starting to recognize. That expression didn't look at all like someone laughing insanely while standing before the gold. There was just the innocence of a person basking in their own joy. As a person who denied the existence of witches, I couldn't view this witch success and ceremony with a joyful expression and accept her. However, when I looked at that innocent smile, I felt like I wanted to offer my blessings just for that moment. It's always beautiful when strong efforts bear fruits and are rewarded. Aunt Eva, who had always yearned to succeed the headship and who had worked hard since her youth without reward, had spectacularly taken hold of the chance given to her by the riddle of the epitaph and had finally gained that position. How divine is the smile of a person whose childhood dreams have been granted? I definitely won't accept witches, but Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. Clap, clap. It didn't reach her ears, but it did bless her.
おめでとうよ。
Omedetou! You spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph before anyone else. It's your victory without any complaints. I won't accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Ushiramiya family, and I'll celebrate that sincerely. As though, urged on by Battler's applause, Beato also clapped. It was a slightly odd scene. Battler and Beato, who opposed each other, were standing side by side and applauding the same person.
魔女に拍手してるわけじゃねえぞ。エヴァおばさんのこれまで
Sure,
の努力
we'll go with that.
拍手してんだぞ。
わらわ何 祝福の拍手を送っておる。
お前と一緒に拍手してるってのが気に入らねえが、ま、今は気にしねえことにするぜ。たまにゃお前と一緒に拍手しても罰は当たらんだ。
Well, maybe it might.
たまにはおつである。しかし拍手って楽しいな。成し遂げたのはわらわではなくエヴァであるというのに、なぜかこっちまで嬉しくなってきた。
Oh wow, I can have human emotions too. How crazy is that?
祝福するってことはその喜びを共感する、共有するって意味だからな。
このわけもなく嬉しい気持ちはそなたとも共有できているというわけで、互いを屈服させようとする敵同士でありながら、これは奇異な体験。
ま、今だけは休戦で手を叩く。
Clappa, 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 clappa. Can I get some clappas in chat? Beato laughed impishly, playing around and applauding even louder, as though eagerly trying not to lose to Battler as she clapped. Battler went along with her and clapped even louder. When he did, as though some ceremony had ended, everyone applauded and highly praised the reborn Beatrice. It was just as though Battler's and Beato's applause had been the final thing needed for her succession. Congratulations, I guess. Eva, omedetou. Alright, well that's the end of that scene. That sure was something that happened. What time is it now? 10:30. That all happened in 30 minutes. I think this is where we are gonna have to stop for tonight, but that was a time and a half. That sure was fucking something, I'll tell you what. That was a lot of things that happened in in those scenes. It was very interesting. I'm gonna be puzzling over the epitaph for a long time because it's kind of wild to me that it got solved so quickly in the actual story itself by a character. We're gonna raid ours. They're playing Bloodborne, and Bloodborne's always a good time, so be sure to check them out. And yeah, tomorrow we're playing Ultra Kill, so that'll be a fun time. Ultra Kill's a fun game. I haven't revisited it since like last year, so it'll be great. Be on the lookout for that tomorrow. It'll be fun. They just released that new episode too. Good night, everybody, and there will be more Umineko next week as well.